Mr. Stern, are you able to see the screen, the agenda?
I am, Mr. Cleaver.
Okay. We have all panelists present.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The board did have an executive session this evening, although due to interruptions, we were not able to get through all business that we would like to have.
Mr. Cleaver ended the meeting early. Why did he truncate the meeting?
Roll call, Carpenter.
Mr. Stern.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Mr. Stern, why didn't Mr. Cleaver truncate the meeting early?
Because you were disruptive and we couldn't get any business done.
Disruptive to whose opinion, sir?
Probably about 7 hours on the call.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I was trying to hold our
I agree.
administration accountable.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion.
I understand that, but we're trying to hold the administration accountable to the board, which is our responsibility. The fact that the 5 of you have chosen the position of rubber stamping blind trust to not allow it and then give him the ability to end the meeting.
Mr. Stern, I think we have roll call.
Please don't interrupt me.
The fact that you gave
Mr. Cleaver the right to terminate the meeting.
Have to suspend the executive session. Thank you.
But
Roll call vote.
he ended the
Ms.
meeting.
Joy
You gave him the
Beers?
authority to do that. You shouldn't have given him that authority.
Present.
Thank you. Mr. Richard Belts?
Here.
Mr. David Bradley?
I'm here.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Here.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Here.
Ms. Gail Mahalik? Mrs. Gail Mahalik? Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Here.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Present.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Present.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Mrs. Mahalik does not seem that she has joined the call. Hopefully she will. At this point, we have to proceed. In the presentations, Mr. Cleaver.
We do have a thank you that we would like to acknowledge, and I'm going to ask Mr. Seblin to give some background information on this.
Yes, Mr. Cleaver, Mr. Stern, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to thank one of our many gracious parents at the elementary center. I did want to thank publicly Mr. Jeff Brode, and his family. They were kind enough to donate 150 tablets to the elementary center a few weeks ago. It came about as Mr. Brode, he has a son in 2nd grade, and he did write a letter stating that he understood that we could use some technology devices at the elementary center, and he graciously offered to donate 150 Android tablets. So him and I got to get together, and we talked a little bit, and he brought them in. I did have our IT department check them out and get them online, and we do have 150 brand new tablets sitting at the elementary center. So we're very grateful for that. The plan, the original plan, was to allow students to take these devices. Due to COVID, we're not sharing devices right now, so we thought that 150 of our students would be able to use the devices, get onto our Canvas, get onto our Seesaw platforms. But unfortunately, some of the devices aren't able to get those specific apps. So they are able to access the internet. So the plan actually for the 150 Androids is to be used in classrooms. We're providing 10 per classroom in grades K to 2 at this point. And the students will be able to use them in interactive centers within the classroom to get onto such websites to practice math skills, to practice reading, and also letter skills. So I do want to thank the Broad family. Unfortunately, Mr. Broad is not able to join us tonight. He's on a vacation with his family, but I did express to him that we would mention his name tonight at the meeting. And again, very, very grateful for a very generous donation. And not only Mr. Broad, but we've had other organizations and people providing some very generous donations to the elementary center in the form of school supplies and sanitary wipes. So we're very grateful, but especially this evening for Mr. Jeff Broad and his family.
Thank you, Mr. Seblin. And just, want to thank him for the generous donation for the kids. And, again, another example of our community coming forward and offering some great opportunities for our students.
Hey, yes, thank you, Mr. Broad and Mr. Seblin, for letting us know about that gracious donation, and glad it's helping in the elementary center with our students. Mr. Cleaver, could you please advance the agenda? Thank you. And Ms. Popowitz, you have folks that would like to do public comment?
I have Barb Bose.
Ms. Bose?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Gail isn't able to get on the meeting. She wasn't sent a link. That's the first thing I want to tell you.
Okay, all the links are sent out together, so I'm not sure.
I don't know. I can't tell you what's going on there, but she just called me and asked me how to get on. Okay, the first one I wanted to talk about was the payment of bills. And I'd like to ask the board if anyone questioned any of the payments of the bills, because we have one that says due payment for $1,900.84 and one that says mileage. Now, I've not seen any of these before, written this way. But on the PDE site, there's a nifty little tool called the Chart of Accounts. And it downloads as a PDF, and it's a searchable PDF. So what I was able to find out on these two things with the way they were coded is it goes under board services. And then it has an 820, which means claims, judgments, and penalties against the LEA. So I find that interesting that I can find the information on this just by seeing something that I question. So I don't know if the board questioned any of this, or maybe they knew what these two expenses were about. We also spent a ton of money with CDW Government Incorporated. It seems that this was for technology. Again, using the chart of accounts supplied by the PDE. I also thought it was kind of high that we were spending all that money with Staples, but I'm assuming that we bought devices.
That is correct. Staples gave us the lowest cost for devices, and that is through the CARES grant funds that came through.
Okay, and how many devices were we able to purchase?
We purchased 180, I believe, was the amount, because we also had to pay for the license. There's also a licensing fee too for each one.
Okay, I was just wondering how many we got for that kind of money. The other thing was there was a Georgia's transportation expenditure of $5,777. And using the PDE chart of accounts, I was able to find out that that's what was spent to transport our athletes, I assume, to their games.
Yes, that would be that bill separate, and you'll also sometimes see a bill as well with George's that'll be coded to special education because of special education transportation.
Right, and I knew about that special thing, but I thought, well, wouldn't that be for the IU then?
No, we use Georgia's transportation as much as possible when they're available. There is certain situations depending on the disability of the child and if there may be needed assisted devices on the vans that Mr. George may not have. In that event, we would use the IU.
Okay. Now, the other two motions I wanted to speak on were the director concerns relating to the Auditor General's report. Now, the reason I brought up this one or these two that I questioned on the payment of bills was because I looked. I found the information I needed. I went in and I looked. And as the Auditor General's audit report states, nobody looked. I understand from the last meeting what Mr. Stern said about the wire transfer was sent on Christmas Eve, and it wasn't put into the payment of bills until January. And I understand that. However, if someone had actually looked in January at the payment of bills and saw a wire transfer for $1.7 million, we may have not had a second problem where we paid money when we shouldn't have. This is why you people have to look. The previous treasurer said, oh, everything, I thought it was fine. It measured up to what I thought it should be, etc. However it was he put it. But this is ridiculous that no one is looking. I don't sit on the board, and I probably know more about it than anyone there that does.
Ms. Bowes, I wanted to correct the list of payment of bills does not list a wire transfer. It's listed as a QZAB payment, which is the loans that we have. So nowhere on the list of bills, just for clarity, does it have anything about a wire. It says QZAB payment, and that is the extent of what is in the information that the board had.
All right, so that was for 2014, and then again in 2016, that was the.
They're listed. They all fall under QZAB, and it doesn't have anything about a wire.
Well, how can that be when it was a QZAB would be a payment for the bond? Whatever.
I would agree.
So how are we correcting that?
There's no longer any type of payment, any type of wire is completely listed. And all the backup will be presented as far as the payment.
Is the backup being presented as far as the payment to the board now?
It would be, yes.
It would be. I'm asking.
Oh, yes, it will. Yes, it will be. We actually have a payment that is coming up for next month, and that'll be listed. And that is a bond, and it actually shows each payment going through the years.
Okay, yeah, because I know you have to pay your interest in November.
Well, actually, QZAB, though, just for clarification on that, there is no interest, so there'll be no interest listed on that. That is.
Well, the 2014 QZAB, it might have been the 2016 one, was a minor interest.
Yeah, but 2014, there was none.
Okay, that was a zero interest.
Yes.
I thought the 2016 was zero interest, but, and I believe Ms. Denicola agreed on that one, but I'm not positive without looking.
I'd have to look, but I do recall, I believe you are correct.
So what I'm asking now is the board being provided invoices?
They would be provided all that information.
Are they being provided invoices now for what we're seeing on the payment of bills?
You would see that they are getting the invoices redacted. And additionally, this month, we also started with bank statements, monthly bank statements that the board will continue to get throughout the remaining time.
But still missing is payroll and benefits.
About time. Is anybody actually looking at that stuff? That's my question for the board.
Barb, this is Rita, and yes, I am.
I am too, and I know that Rita is missing about I don't know, a couple $1 million worth of things, if you're going to believe her, which I do not anymore. When you look at the bills to be paid, it's basically $4 million. We don't even see 3 of it because the payroll is not listed at all, other than one blank statement of saying, yep, you got tons of payroll. So therefore no accountability is being held for at least a quarter, if not almost half of the money being spent every month by this administration and government and this government agency of yours. So no, they're not seeing it.
Now, I have checked with a couple of other school districts, and the board does actually see the payroll.
Yeah, it's pretty much common throughout the Commonwealth that people would get these things. This board has taken the stance of blind trust rubber stamping, and it has been a train wreck financially, as the Auditor General report has shown. And the fact that we have treasurers that will block other board members from getting that information, the fact that we have countless right to know requests seeking this information, and that's being blocked unless the director would like to pay thousands of dollars in copy fees, because they won't allow directors to come into the administration to review this documentation because we're in the middle of a pandemic. But yet our students have to go to these schools, but directors are not allowed to see it. So this blockade against information is continuing, and it needs to end. I hope the resignations will take place.
Ms. Bowes, can you refer me to the board, to the school boards that you referenced that get payroll? Because I'd like to contact them and see how they present it to their boards, please.
Are you kidding me?
No,
Are you kidding me? You're pretending that you don't know how they do it, Mr. Cleaver? You've been at the
Mr. Bradley, I asked Mrs. Bowes.
You have, I know, but you have a responsibility. You're the
Mrs. Bowes?
superintendent. You're telling me you have no clue how this happens?
Ms.
As a
Bowes?
superintendent?
I was specifically asked not to. So no, I won't.
Okay, thank you.
I'll tell you, Jim Thorpe. Why don't you call Jim Thorpe? Actually, I believe we have an interim business manager that used to be at Jim Thorpe. Why don't we ask him? He's in this meeting currently.
The point is, we are in severe financial crisis. There needs to be oversight of every penny spent, every single one. There is no way the taxpayers can climb us out of this. We just can't afford it. Thank you. And
Mr. Fred Kemmerer?
Mr. Kemmer?
Sorry, I just seen a prompt on mute. Thanks for allowing me to talk. My question is about the section under director's concerns that is on the agenda tonight. It seems like there is a call for to reprimand certain parties for neglect. My initial question is, I looked at the old Auditor General report from 2013, which encompassed 09, 2010, 2011, 2012. Are there any current members of the board that were on the board during those times where the Auditor General said that there were questionable uses of taxpayer funds at that time? Were there any board members on at that time during that?
I was not. Why don't we just go around the room? I was not. I was elected a couple years ago.
So you were not, Dave?
I was not. So Gail, were you?
Fred, this is Rusty speaking. What years were you referencing again?
09, 2010, 2011, 2012 during the last audit.
No, I was not. I was not.
So 09 through 2012.
Mr. Kemmer, are you sure of those dates?
Um,
I'm asking why,
well-
because that report didn't have anything to do back that far.
No, not the current one. I'm talking about the one that previous to this current one. Not this one, but the one prior. And the only reason why I'm asking is because that report showed questionable use of taxpayer funds, which is something that, in essence, has drummed up again. And my only question is, from that audit report till this audit report, what did we do as a government to oversee the taxpayer funds to assure that we were going to move forward and these potential things didn't happen again, which according to this last auditor's report, things were spent that the taxpayers should have known about to approve and warrant.
I pulled it up just for you, Fred, and then you can, hopefully someone will answer that question that was here before. But I pulled up the 2011 minutes that talk about, so I picked up December, which would be the reorganization of that one. I'll do the November so you get the people from the years before that you were seeking. But Tina Dowd, Dwayne Idem, John Finnegan, Bill Hill, Hal Resch, Larry Stern, Wayne Wentz, Andy Yenser, David Kraus. And for information, since 2011, it might come up later, Michael Millay was the business manager back in 2011. And then to do, see if I can do 2012 for you real quick. Yep, 2010. Files and documents, district. I'm using the district website for this, by the way. Board minutes 2011. And then I'm going to go back to January of 2011, which would have been the people from before. Once again, Tina Dowd, Dwayne Idem, John Finnegan, Hill, Resch, Larry Stern was on them back then. Wayne Wentz was still on the board back then. Andy Yenser, Kraus. And that was Bonnie Cortese was the recording secretary.
Right. So my basic question was, from the auditor general report back then, what was done to safeguard that, in their terms, questionable use of taxpayer funds were used? And I guess it would only be Wayne and Larry that'd be able to help with that one.
But at this time, I can't answer that question for you.
Yeah. Okay. So in retrospect, this auditor report, I think that the taxpayers, it's one thing for us to just like willy-nilly look at it and try to figure it out, without like the guidance of the board or the administrator. It just puts the taxpayers that are concerned in a bad spot. My ultimate question is there a possibility, before we even dive into these other directors' concerns, that we could organize a meeting where the taxpayers are involved to actually dive into it and see exactly where we're at with it and what it actually means?
I'm trying to formulate what you're really looking for, Fred. Are we looking for the results or the timeline that occurred for this last audit? Because I think going back to the one previous is not truthful, although you state some things. But I think there is a timeline of information that kind of has been assembled concerning these two payments that might be of value to people to understand how it actually happened and how it can get picked up.
Right, and my main thing, and I'm the last person to draw point fingers or whatever. I'm all about making sure that what has happened, we put in the ability to make sure it doesn't happen again. And that my main thing is, are we as a district, could we get together and figure it out and see what we can do to move forward with it before we call on all of these things and the director's concern?
Well, I believe that you look at the district's response on the auditor report, this recent one, that they are satisfied with the response concerning the processes that were put in place post
Report.
business manager operation, should we say.
Right.
So there's been several things in support of wire transfers that have more signatures on them now than they did before.
Right.
The fact that we won't put them on and perform them before they're actually on the payment or actually board approved, or if they are substantial as these were, they should have been out as separate agenda items to notify the board to pay special attention to something like this.
And in addition to that too, which was not on there, Mr. Kemmer is also now, we're able to pull monthly bank statements that we will show the board with what is exactly in our accounts.
I appreciate that, and I could tell it's a step in the right direction.
And Mr. Kemmer, I pulled up the Auditor's General's report. I put it up on the screen. The December 4th, 2013 report was sent to Miss Gloria Bowman, board president. So she also would have been in on that auditor's report, getting a direct copy. And I disagree, because this does go back a decade or more of problems within this Lehigh School District, and they have not been corrected. We're still not getting payroll. We have a superintendent that's asking, I wonder how you get payroll to the board members. It's
Mr. Bradley, I'm not asking how you get it. I'm asking how it's presented to the
I know,
board
but it's
because
still
of the private
asinine.
information.
This board
But
should
please
have
do not,
oversight.
again, please
The
do
board
not
should-
put words in my mouth to make them go for your argument.
I would
That
not.
is
Actually, this is
inappropriate.
Mr. Kemmer's
You lie
time.
enough, okay?
Yeah.
But the point is
And-
that the reality is our district should be held accountable. I know you're trying
Bradley,
to
can you
hold
let
them
Mr.
accountable.
Kemmer speak, please?
I know. Wait, he's trying to hold them accountable by having a meeting to review all this so that the board can be held accountable. And it does make sense, because not only do you have that 2013 report, but then you also had an interim 2015 report, which also showed that this district was misspending funds again with some of the same players, with a memorandum of understanding without the proper documentation and without transparency. And then you have the 2020 report that goes back to 2015, again showing lack of transparency. And now you also have unlawful compliance. They're breaking the law. These same guys, Larry, Steve, Wayne, they're breaking the law.
Mr.
in that
Kemmer,
report.
when to make
So
sure
I
you
think
get all
that's what
your
you're asking
other
for is
information.
accountability.
So basically, what I'm asking personally is, I appreciate that you guys have the safeguards in place moving forward, so that maybe the next report won't be as bad. But the director's concerns 1 through 4, I definitely don't feel comfortable without having a meeting based on the facts of the report and how it was, how are the people that are looking to be reprimanded played a role in it, because I really don't care for like people getting their heads chopped off or whatever without knowing all the facts.
Thank you. Fred, do you have anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kemmer.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Karbowitz?
Mr. David Bradley.
Thank you. Much like Fred, the payment of the bills is important. And much like Barb, the payment of the bills is important. This board has failed to provide the information to the directors. And when the directors seek to get the information, the directors have been blocked. Whether we are trying to get it through a right to know process, request to our superintendent, request to our directors, even after the directors authorize access, we have been blocked by the administration. It is unfair to the students, parents, and community members to allow directors identified in the AG report as liars, cheats, and lawbreakers to continue to retain their seats on this board.
Actually,
Directors are elected, excuse me.
Mr. Bradley, we have to stop
Excuse
you
me.
right
No,
there.
you
There was
don't.
nothing in the
Public
Auditor
comment.
General that said
Public
liar,
comment.
cheat, or lawbreaker.
It does. It does. That's
Oh,
all
that's
I need.
your made-up clauses.
No,
Please
that's it.
be
So
specific and
directors are
keep it to
elected.
what was actually in the report.
Okay, we can bring it up. No problem. I agree. Directors are elected under the belief that they will take and honor an oath of office to comply with the laws of the county, the country, and the entire Commonwealth. The board members gave their word and are obligated to comply with the law. Yet, Wayne Wentz, Larry Stern, Steve Holland, as directors, reviewed in this report, have been identified as lawbreakers, and they need to resign. And if you look at when you hear us try to pay the bills when we do not have them, and when you listen to us try to reprimand these people, they will squeeze their way out. Yet, as we just identified by Mr. Kemmerer, you have a 2013 report, a 2015 report, and a 2020 report all echo the same thing. Rubber stampers blind trusting the administration, costing these taxpayers money, millions of dollars, because they won't be transparent and just follow the law. And the law is black and white. They take their prerogative and they're just liars and cheats. I mean, anyone that doesn't follow the law is a cheater. You should follow the rules. It's pretty simple. They're black and white. Yet, you even have Mr. Stern trying to silence me for making sure that the public knows that these lawbreakers need to resign. Thank you. End of statement.
Are there any further requests to speak, Ms. Karpowicz?
No.
Thank you. We'll move on to communications, superintendent's report, Mr. Cleaver.
Yes, thank you. Several pieces of information we wanted to share. As the numbers begin to increase throughout the Commonwealth in relation to the COVID-19 pandemic, we continue to monitor our district and would like to thank the entire educational community for their patience and understanding throughout the school year. The students and staff are doing a great job with adhering to the new guidance set in place to help mitigate the risks of this pandemic. But again, we continue to follow our plan. We did have some revisions based upon the CDC guidelines that were just released actually last week. Some of the states have been added to the quarantine list of recommendations. So when students are now requesting trips, we do have the parents reference that when they do leave, if they're going out of state and going on a educational trip to one of those states that are on the CDC and Department of Health website. So those are some of the additional things that we are continuing to do here for our district. That is one of the most recent ones, and we are going to be sending out notification to all the parents, notifying them of that change. Our district will be having early dismissal this Friday, October 30th. The high school will be dismissed at 12 p.m. and the middle school will be in elementary will be dismissed at 12:30. Staff will be available to meet virtually with students and will also be using this professional development time to work on their digital classroom content. Looking ahead, we will also have early dismissals on November 6th and then again on December 11th. The times will be the same on all three of those days. And again, this is just an effort to allow additional time for our staff to keep up to date with their digital platforms in the event that we do have to close, make sure we're all ready to hit the switch and go virtual if needed, and also allow students who are mainly virtual an opportunity to discuss and get a hold of their teacher during that time if they have any questions. There was a request for information made regarding the expenses for transportation to school athletic competitions. And I believe that was referenced briefly as well earlier in one of the stakeholders' comments about the cost for athletic transportation. For 1920, the school year, the cost for transportation was $43,349.58. That included 15 sport-related programs. But please keep in mind that we did not have any spring sports. So that number is not figured into that to give an exact amount. But we would estimate on average that spring sports would cost an additional $11,000. So if that was the case, the total amount, and again, the only amount we have that as a true amount is at $43,349.58. And we are estimating that an additional $11,000 would have been paid for spring sports, and that would bring the total to $54,349.58 for athletic transportation. That does not include other co-curricular or extracurricular travel. This is just sports related. And again, I just wanted to note, as we did earlier, that the board has received copies of bank statements for the month of September for review, and we will continue to share this information moving forward with the board on a monthly basis. So every month you will have the bank statements of the month prior for you to view. And that concludes my report, Mr. Stern.
Thank you, Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Filer?
Nothing that wasn't discussed in exec.
We'll move on to approval of minutes. Need a motion and a second to approve the minutes of September 21st, 2020 regular board meeting, enclosure number 1. Motion and a second, please.
So moved. Wayne.
So moved. Rita, second.
I have a motion by Mr. Wentz, a second by Ms. Spinelli to approve the minutes of the September 21st, 2020 regular meeting. Any comments? Hearing none, roll call vote, Mrs. Trubowitz.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
No.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yeah.
8-1, motion carried.
Need a motion and a second to approve the minutes of the October 14th, 2020 special meeting, enclosure number 2. Motion and a second, please.
So moved. Nathan.
Second, Steve.
I have a first by Mr. Fuller, a second by Mr. Holland to approve the special meeting minutes on October 14th. Comment? Hearing none. Roll call.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
No.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
8-1, motion carried.
On the financial matters, I need a motion.
Excuse me,
and a
Mr.
second.
Stern? Mr. Stern?
Yeah, Mr. Bradley?
Before you move on to the financial matters, Mr. Cleaver mentioned that bank statements were being provided to the board. I have my packet. I don't see anything in my packet. Is that going forward or existing? And if so, where are they?
They were emailed on Friday, sir.
Bank statements were emailed on Friday? At what time, sir?
Hold, please.
And can you please check to see if I
Nope,
was
don't
included?
have them.
If I could check and see if I was involved in that email, or did it only come to you and you forget to send it to the rest of us?
Mr. Bradley, the email is forwarded from Mrs. Karpowitz with bank statements.
So it's a Karpowitz email?
Yes.
And it was Thursday. And the subject matter is statements.
Thursday at 3:53. Looks like the entire board was copied on it.
Excellent. I will see if I can find it. You sure that it's all of us are on there? Can I get somebody that I trust to see if it was on there? Gail or Joy, did you guys get it? I don't trust Nathan and I don't trust Rita. I mean, they've found themselves to be untrustworthy. Yeah, I'll check, see if it's maybe.
I don't recall finding myself to be untrustworthy.
I know you are. It's okay. I understand that. That's my opinion. You're completely untrustworthy. But can anyone else that I deem trustworthy? You know, not Wayne, not
Well,
Rita,
Mr. Bradley, Ms.
not-
Karpowitz was trying to speak.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Bradley, can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead.
Okay. I did send you the email on 10/22 at 3:53 p.m.
Thank you. I'll have IT see if we can find it. Maybe it got spammed out. It was an attachment, you said?
It was an attachment in the email, yes.
PDF?
Yes.
Do you know the size of the PDF by any chance? Since you have it in front
I
of you?
believe it was probably between 40 and 50 pages.
Yeah, but okay. No, I'll have them find it. I'm looking for how many megabytes was it if it got kicked out for some other reason. Okay. I appreciate that greatly. Thank you. It's about time we're getting a little transparency. Loving it.
Okay, on to financial matters. I need a motion and a second to approve the Heighton area high school and middle school activity funds for September 2020. Motion and a second, please. Enclosure number 3.
So moved, Wayne.
Second, Rita.
I have a motion by Mr. Wentz, a second by Mrs. Spinelli to approve the activities funds for the middle school and the high school. Enclosure number 3. Any comments,
I have one.
please?
The only information provided was a balance starting income, interest, expenses, and ending balance. No details were provided. I highly suggest that these details be presented to the board for proper oversight. Therefore, I would ask and make a motion to please postpone the approval of these reports until such time as this board can review the details of that report. Can I get a second on the postponement until we have information, please?
Hearing no further comment, we'll go for a roll call vote. Mrs. Karpowicz?
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Beltz,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
No, lack of information.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
8-1, motion carries.
On the payment of bills, I need a motion and a second to approve the payment of bills for September 2020 for enclosure number 4, general fund, manual checks, payroll, food service, debit card for $4,187,489.17. Need a motion and a second, please.
Mr. Stern, I'll make a motion, and I also would like to say that I did go over the bills. I questioned Mr. Cleaver several times today on certain things. I do think all of the bills were represented because with payroll and with all the insurance payments and everything, I don't think there was anything missing because I spent all day going over them. So I just want to point that out.
Thank you, Ms. Spinelli.
And
Need a second?
yet I'd like to make a motion that we postpone this because there is a lack of information provided to this board as outlined in several Auditor General reports. And until such time that this board gets to see all of the dollars being collected and spent, that it should not pass motions. Even if you have to have a special meeting, you should be able to open up the books to the board. Can I please get a second to postpone the payment of these bills until such time that the board has the ability to review all of these payments, including payroll, which also includes to ensure that they are actually performing the tasks required by which they are paid that payroll. Thank you.
I'll second that.
To not take the
Motion.
responsibility that you were elected to do causes harm, financial, to these students, the parents, and the community members. The lack of oversight is becoming ever so more evident with each and every meeting that we've attended.
Motion to table the payment of bills by Mr. Bradley, seconded by Joy Beers. Any comments on tabling the payment of bills? Any public comment on tabling the payment of bills, Mr. Cleaver?
This time there is none.
Roll call vote on tabling the payment of bills, Mrs. Karpowicz?
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
No.
Ms. Joy Beers, Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes, table.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes, they should be tabled until such time people can see them.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
No.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
No.
Ms. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
No.
Mr. Larry Stern.
No.
5-4, motion carries. No.
I need a second on the initial motion. I do have an emotion. by Mrs.
Do
Spinelli.
you want to take that vote again? I mean, you really have 5 people that didn't get to see all these bills that want to push through paying it
I
after
said
the
motion
auditor?
carried. It should have
3
been denied.
auditor general.
Holly, she made a mistake. It was not motion carried. It was
Motion denied.
motion
The
denied.
motion was denied, right? So you're not going to postpone. We
No.
were sure about that count. 5 people said, "I don't have this information yet." You're not going to wait until you do, and you're going to vote on this next
Well, I
motion.
guess that
Just
would
for
be your opinion on
clarification, there was
It's
not
my
5
opinion, yeah, but it's
people
also
who
the
said they did
opinion of
not
the
have
auditor general that says you're not doing your job, liars, cheats, and
There was
non-compliance with
not
school
5
code.
people who said they did not have the information. Mr. Stern, just point of
But you are, because unless you gave it to some of the people but not others, they said they saw it enough, but they don't look. I mean, Rita just said, "I saw enough," I think, right? And Nathan looks, but he doesn't really see the whole thing, because unless he was given
Mr.
it.
Bradley, you can't even find an email that was sent to you and you're accusing everyone else of not being able to see something.
That's
I
correct. That's why I want
guarantee
to
you
postpone
I
it.
looked.
So if you looked only at the bank statement, or did you look at all the people that actually had this payroll? So you checked their payroll?
Mr. Stern, do we have a second?
Are we
for
trying to say that the
Need a
treasurer
second
checked
on
the
the payment
payroll?
of bills, please.
Second from Nathan.
I have a first by Ms. Spinelli, a second by Mr. Fuller on the approved payment of bills. Comments by the board, please.
I'll make a comment. So we got a rubber stamper 1 and rubber stamper 2, making motion in second. Are we going to actually look at these bills before you pay them, or are you just going to rubber stamp this thing through with a blind trust? Because we do know that we don't have this information. You know that this district spent $3 million given wire transfers they didn't look at. You got a payroll account that nobody has a report on, other than it says $1.6 million, $1.16 million. Right? And even if you had the bank statements, we looked at the invoices. That was good. That was hundreds of thousands of dollars, but not $4.1 million worth of those payments. So nobody's providing the proper governance and oversight that they were elected to do within compliance
Mr.
of school
Bradley, you're
code.
comparing documents that are different. You're looking at what was spent and you're looking at the bank statement, and that's the same as looking in your checkbook versus your bank statement. There's going to be things, timing, differences. You keep saying that, but it's not going to match the bank statement. It depends when everything clears.
I have no problem
And as
with
a
that.
businessman, you certainly should know that.
Yeah, thanks for explaining that to me, right? Everybody needs a little mansplaining once in a while. Let me mansplain something back to you, Rita. When you have a check that you pay to an individual, you should have a reason for paying them. When you have an audit, it just decides that, hey, someone got gas. It's a gas receipt. It goes into the gas receipt, mileage fee, whatever, and it goes into that block. It doesn't identify why that person received a reimbursement of the gas receipt. That is your duty, ma'am. And if you do not understand that, that tells me you don't belong on this board and you should resign immediately, because it is the reason, hold on, it is the reason for making the payment that the board is overseeing, not just the amount of the payment.
Mr. Bradley, what are you
Thank you.
referencing as far as a reimbursement for a gas receipt?
I'm referencing the fact that any disbursement of dollars not only requires
No,
them
but
to be
you said a
placed-
gas, so because I know we went going through these, and I want to make sure that, you said referencing someone getting reimbursed for gas. So I'm just point of clarification on where you found that.
under the invoices that were provided to the board.
Right, but can you reference which one?
Let's go bigger picture so that you can
No,
really
no,
understand. Because
Generalities again.
No, I'm
All
gonna
it is
go
is
bigger picture.
accusational generalities.
Excuse me,
Roll
let me
call
go
vote.
bigger
Mrs.
picture,
Parker,
because
please.
I
No,
got apparently
your-
mansplained to Mr.
Your
Superintendent
response
here.
is understandable now,
Now,
Mr.
my
Bradley.
point
Thank
is simple, that you not only have
Mr.
to...
Stern, are we-
Stop, please,
roll
Mr.
call
Stern.
vote,
I'm
please.
still speaking. No, I'm still speaking. He asked the question, I'm speaking. Don't talk over me. You
Mr.
asked for
Stern,
an
do we have a roll call vote, please?
One more time, Mr. Cleaver, please do not truncate a communication. What we're looking for, Rita, is that you not only have to identify what is being paid and to whom, but you have to identify
I don't want
why.
your explanation, Mr.
I
Browley.
know,
Please
I'm
move
giving
on.
it to you.
Roll call
Now I'm going
vote,
to give it to
Mr.
Mr.
Stern.
Cleaver.
Just go
Mr.
right
I don't
Cleaver,
want it.
if you're going to have a
Mr. Stephen
payment,
Holland?
if you're going to have a payment
Yes.
to an individual, you have
Mrs.
to
Gail
identify
Mahalik?
why.
No.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
No.
Mr. Richard Beltz?
No.
Mr. David Bradley?
Absolutely not. We have a responsibility to the taxpayers.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
5-4, motion carried.
Item C, I need a motion and a second to approve the following reports: expenditure report, expenditure by object report, and revenue summary report. Need a motion and a second, please.
So moved, Wayne.
Second, Rita.
I have a first by Mr. Wentz, a motion by Mr. Wentz, a second by Ms. Spinelli concerning the reports. That's from the board. Reports, please. That's enclosure number 5.
Just to clarify, page 83 of 484, fuel receipt, $30. Vista Fuel number 2, ExxonMobil.
Yes, that is correct, but that's not a reimbursable. That's a payment that someone was there, but I was making
wait,
sure.
someone was
wasn't
there.
someone-
Someone was there.
Mr. Bradley, what you were referencing is someone being reimbursed for paying for fuel, and I wanted to clarify that no one is being reimbursed for a fuel payment.
Well, hold on.
It is a payment that we are making based upon that.
Yeah,
Thank
but you literally have a rubber stamp.
Mr. Stern.
There's a rubber stamp that, so who got the fuel?
Mr. Stern.
That's 83, page 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90. Who's getting this fuel, sir?
Mr. Stern. They're for district vehicles that are filled
But
up and there's
how come
initial
no one's signing for it?
next to them.
It's got a
and
rubber
they're-
stamp.
And
You're
then
telling
they
me
are
Kyle's
reviewed.
going out on every one
They
of
are
these things?
reviewed. Thank you.
Who's reviewing them, sir?
This just illustrates once again that no matter how much information you're given, Mr. Bradley, you will continue to claim it's not enough and that you're being given half the information you need and continuously demanding more. We received over 1,000 pages of invoices today to go through, but no matter what you're handed, you will go through it and accuse our administration once again of not doing their job because you can't see every single little dot of information.
And whether, you're right, sir, and whether it is
Mr.
$1.7 million given out on a
we
wire
have a
transfer,
motion and a second
or if it's
for
$50,
the reports?
the job of the board is to review these documents. It
roll
is our
call,
responsibility.
report,
Please, I was
Mr.
speaking.
Karpowicz,
Why don't you
please.
speak over me?
Mrs.
I'll
Gail
whisper.
Mahalik?
The responsibility is to
No.
review the bills prior to paying them, all of them.
Mrs. Rita
all of
Spinelli?
them.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
No.
Mr. Richard Beltz?
No.
Mr. David Bradley?
No.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes, thank you.
5-4, motion carries.
On the motion, item B, I need a motion and a second to approve exemptions for per capita and or occupational tax per the attached list enclosure number 6. I need a motion and a second, please.
So moved, Wayne.
Motion by Mr. Wentz, second, please.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Spinelli to approve the exemptions. Any comments from the board on the exemptions? Hearing none, I'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Karpowicz on the motion. Thank you.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Beltz?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
9-0, motion carries.
Need a motion and a second to refund the following occupational taxes for the two individuals listed on the agenda, number 1 and number 2, for Summer Keen and J.T. Reed. Need a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second, Wayne.
Motion by Ms. Spinelli, a second by Mr. Wentz on the refund of the occupational per capita taxes for the year 2019 to those two individuals. Any comments by the board on that action? Hearing none, we'll move for roll call vote. Mrs. Karpowitz?
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
9-0, motion carries.
On item F, need a motion and a second to approve the 2021 use of funds agreement, IDEA Part B, Section 19 preschool grant in the amount of $3,456. I need a motion and a second, please.
So moved by Nathan.
So moved. Second, Steve.
I have a motion by Mr. Fowler, a second by Mr. Holland. Comments on motion item F? Hearing no comments, roll call vote. Mrs. Karpowitz, please.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yeah.
9-0, motion carries.
On to item G, need a motion and a second to approve the 2021 use of funds agreement, the IDEA Part B, Section 611, in the amount of $388,774.89, enclosure rate. Motion and a second, please.
So moved, Wayne.
Second, Rita.
I have a motion by Mr. Wentz, second Mr. Spinelli, to approve the 2021 use of funds agreement, IDEA Part B, Section 611, in the amount of $388,774.89. Comments from the board? Hearing none, we'll move on to the roll call vote. Ms. Karpowitz?
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
9-0, motion carries.
Move on to item H. Need a motion and a second to appoint the following delegates to the Carbon County Tax Collection Committee of Delegation Resolution. Mr. Joseph Surridge, our interim business manager, and Ms. Melanie Winhorn. Need a motion and a second, please. That is enclosure number 9.
So moved.
Second by Nathan.
The first by Mrs. Spinelli, the second by Mr. Fowler. On item H, any comments on item H from the board? Hearing none, we'll call for a roll call vote. Mrs. Karpowitz?
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9-0, motion carries.
On to item I need a motion and a second to approve the memo of understanding with the Shine After School program that provides food service at $3.50 per student, enclosure number 10.
So moved.
Second by Steve. Whatever.
By Ms. Spinelli, a second by Mr. Holland on item I. Any questions on item I? Hearing none, we move on to a roll call vote. Mr. Carpenter, thank you.
Mr. David Bradley,
So moved.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9-0, motion carries.
On to item J. I need a motion and a second. Rescind previous motions to use United Way funds for Apollo Farms and approve the shifting of funds for the letter from the United Way of the Greater Lehigh Valley for the G2 Girls Group, enclosure number 11. Motion
So
is-
moved, Wayne.
Second by Nathan.
First by Mr. Wentz, a second by Mr. Fuller. Any question on enclosure 11 and the use of the funds from the United Way for our students in the G2 program?
Why is this shift occurring? Is it because of COVID?
Yes, that is correct. They were unable to use the funds last school year, so we wanted to make sure the board approval, because it is a use of funds. We needed board approval because the grant that was originally approved for one thing was unable to use the funds and now will be reallocated to this other purpose, the homelessness, attendance incentives, and mental health funds and food access.
Thank you.
And we don't, and our students too don't go off site because of the pandemic situation we're currently in.
Roll call vote, Ms. Copley, please.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9-0, motion carries.
Need a motion and a second to approve the extension of Filer Schwab Attorneys at Law of Asley Heights Area School District Solicitor until the end of the 2021 school year, June 30th, 2021. Enclosure number 12. I need a motion and a second, please.
So moved, Steve.
I think we should go into an executive hold on. I think we should go into an executive session referring to this, because we have a significant issue with Mr. Filer and it should be discussed in executive session rather than here, and you should not be renewing his contract without that being reviewed. It was truncated when Mr. Cleaver ended the meeting because he did not like what people were saying and it was against his feelings, I guess. I don't know.
Actually, that's untrue, Mr. Bradley. You were denigrating everybody else on the call, calling them names, just like you did in the board meeting earlier. So you caused the meeting to be suspended and not Mr. Cleaver. Thank you.
So they're called adjectives for a reason, okay? And I still think that we should not be going down this path without proper review. We have to have trustworthy people. So do you want to do an executive session or you just want to do it here?
Is that a motion, David?
I make a motion that this personnel issue, which it's a contract just like the superintendent or just like the business manager. You have a contract with a company in this situation. It's Filer Schwab. And we have a significant amount of issues to deal with. So regarding everything from litigation to Auditor General's reports that, yes, I would really think we should have an executive session regarding this information. So I make that motion. Thank you.
Second it.
I have a motion to go into executive session concerning the amendment of the contract agreement with Filer and Schwab Associates. Does anyone like to speak on that from the board?
I have something to say. The letter does state that we're going to put out an RFP, and we had actually hoped to do this a year ago. But because we keep losing business managers and other employees, that hasn't happened yet. Mr. Filer is just stating that he will continue until June if we need him. The letter states that we could change that at any time. We need to do an RFP for legal services. I'm 100% behind that. And as soon as we get a business manager and get stabilized somehow, we can do that. So I see no reason for an executive session. If Mr. Bradley wants to chew Mr. Filer apart as he does everyone else, that's fine. He can do it during the RFP interviews, but I see no reason for that.
As she described chewing someone out, I think the term professionally would be considered holding them accountable. So prior to having this discussion here, I think that we should have an executive session. So I'm going to agree with the motion and the second. Your lack of understanding, your lack of responsibility, the lack of oversight that you're providing, and this rubber stamp you're trying to push through, you know, like you said, it's just moving a little bit further down the line, kind of like borrowing more money and doing all the other things you like to do. I find that to be irresponsible of you, Rita, and I seek your resignation.
Is there any comment from the public concerning going into executive session before we vote? Roll call to go into executive session. Thank you.
Somebody has their hand raised.
I believe we have one, Mr. Stern. Ms. Bose?
Obviously this, and yes, I agree that we should have had an RFP. And at the time, we did not know the business administrator was leaving. It should have been done sooner rather than later. I understand why this is on there, but if there are concerns by one or more board members, I do believe you should discuss it in executive session and not in an open meeting. Thank you.
My comment is, I don't believe, Mr. Filer, what is your comment on this particular situation? Do you have anything that you believe you should not have in public?
Not that I'm aware of.
Roll call vote for executive session, Mrs. Karpowitz?
Mr. Richard Belts?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Most definitely.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
No.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
No.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli? Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
No.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
No.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Conveyed earlier by Mr. Filer, he has nothing to hide, so no.
5-4, motion denied.
Back to item K, I need a motion and a second to approve the extension of Filer and Schwab attorneys at law as the Lehigh Area School District Solicitor until the end of the 2021 school year, June 30th, 2021, and closure number 12. I need a motion and a second, please.
But before we do that, I'm going to make a motion that we postpone this. Excuse me. I'm going to make a motion that we postpone this until such time that we can review this information, because it was not presented to the board, and therefore, if we postponed it until we made an informed decision, it would be wise. Can I get a second on postponing this decision until such time that the board can have all the information to make an informed decision?
Second.
Thank you, Gail.
I have a motion to Ms. Karpowitz, could you please restate what he'd asked about?
I have a motion to postpone this motion until the board has time to review and make an informed decision.
So we have a motion and a second on that particular postponement. Any comments from the board?
Yeah, my comments again would be, we need to do an RFP for this, and that would be where we get all of our information. And as it stands now, we do need a solicitor until that RFP is done. And I see no reason for that.
Thank you, Mr. Spinelli. My sentiment is exactly
My sentiment, hold on, my sentiment.
Well, can I talk? Can I talk, sir?
Oh, I thought you were done.
Can I talk?
Just rubber stamping.
Can I talk?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I stated something and all you do is step on me. You step on everyone. If you would control your etiquette or actually use your etiquette, maybe we'd have more constructive meetings. Now you may speak. Thank you.
Well, aren't you going to add anything?
I did. Maybe you didn't hear me because you were talking.
Fine. Thank you. I will most definitely step all over you for that Auditor General's report. It shows you as a law-breaking liar. Now, those are just adjectives. As far as this goes for the Filer and Schwab attorneys, solicitor, for the end of the year and this RFP concept and all the other things, there is 100 people that can do it in the interim without any effort at all. It's a phone call. Secondly, we have witnessed a solicitor that has taken a overzealous view of right to know requests, billing this district for tens of thousands of dollars of educational funds in an effort to block information going to directors so that they can properly adjudicate the responsibility of a director and review the bills in compliance with the law, Larry, that you, Wayne, and Steve have been now known to have broken numerous times, year after year after year after year. Broken the law. And here our solicitor has not stopped, prevented, educated, or even worked with the board to make sure they understood the law, and instead given you prerogatives and even took money from this district as the board chose to hire these people to fight the right to know laws constitutionality, at which point got spanked by the judge. And many of the documents that this district was trying to hide were ordered by the judge to be released to the public because you have a blind trust, rubber stamping administration. And every right to know, instead of letting our right to know officer just provide the documents to the individuals, we're doing appeals and fighting the appeals and affidavits, hundreds and hundreds of dollars being consumed by somebody to a right to know law that is free and an obligation of state law to provide information. And it's not just me, it's not just Barb, it's not just people in the community seeking this information. This is a countrywide law. If the government wants, if anyone wants information from this government, we have an obligation to provide it to them. Every dollar collected, every dollar spent. So you guys are going down a path to rubber stamp and not review and look at all the litigation that took place. Look at the number of special needs students that we hired attorneys to fight the educational benefits of special needs students. We have an obligation to act with fidelity, and yet we're spending more on lawyers than what's asked for under special needs. And then not only do we have to pay both lawyers, but then we still got to pay for those special needs to be adjudicated and provide them with those benefits. Whereas the Office of Open, I'm not done. This is going to take a while. Please sit back and enjoy yourself. Please sit back and enjoy yourself. This is going to take a while. I have a list of things that are going wrong with this district, and it all falls back to...
Mr. Bradley,
Excuse me.
No, Bradley, you have a motion to suspend. You have
I'm
a
not done,
motion
sir.
on the
Are
floor
you
to
cutting me off now?
suspend
I
the
thought you were supposed to show
election
respect.
using Mr.
I thought
Fowler
you were going to show
and
respect. I thought you were going to show respect. We have 3 years of history now.
Yeah,
I have enough.
Mr. Bradley.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Bradley.
Yes, sir.
Your motion on the floor is to not vote on this. Well, let's vote on it, then we go back to the original
No,
motion, and then you may air your grievance.
Sir. No, sir. No.
Look, you keep adding more table and add more motions, add more motions,
I'm trying to get you guys to realize that you don't have the information and you're going to make an uninformed decision. So I'm just giving the list that I'm providing to you to remind you prior to approving an extension.
Sharing your grievances with
So
no,
sir, I'm not done.
Continue to beat you down, and you have lost how many appeals this month?
Hey, Lion Larry Stern. You're just going to have to be quiet and let me finish
Bradley,
my list.
I want to advise you to stop calling me names, sir. Stop calling me names, sir. This is public record.
I have a right to, Lion Larry Stern, I have a right to speak, just like you did.
Okay, roll call
I am not
vote
done,
on
sir.
the postponement of the contract, please, Mrs. Carpenter.
No, sir. You're not doing it.
Yes, sir.
Mr. David Bradley?
I'm sorry. I'm not done speaking, so I'm going to finish. You do not have a right to truncate.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
That's rude. Why are you guys being rude? I'm just trying to give the list. I have the list of all the things that this district's doing in that Auditor General's report, documented.
Sorry, just to clarify, are we
Non-compliance.
voting
Non-compliance.
on the motion?
It's not compliant. Don't bully me out of being able to communicate. We have special needs students being fought by the lawyers instead of giving them the benefits that are provided to them under the law. Why would you waste money that way? It's wrong. It's immoral.
Again, Mr.
Nathan,
Stern.
you are immoral. Rita, you're immoral. Larry, Wayne,
Could we-
Steve, completely immoral. If you're going to fight special needs students, if you're going to fight special needs students, wait, if you're going to fight educational benefits,
yes, we will not have any solicitors.
Yes, you need to hire one, but a good one, not someone that's going to fight special needs students on behalf of this board. Now, it's the board's fault, but the problem is,
I don't fight special needs students on behalf of the board.
I know, you give it to King's Pride. The point is that we, as a board, have to hire.
But you just lied to the entire public.
One more time. We have to, Mr. Filer, please.
No, not one more time.
If you like to lobby for your job, if you would like to lobby for your job, you're welcome to.
We'll never get through it.
You got 30 years. You got 30 years experience here. But yet we continually waste money on educational benefits to students when we need to protect these students. We should protect these students. You wouldn't have all the injuries. You wouldn't have all the problems.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
No.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
No.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Beltz?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
No.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes, and I'd like to continue my list.
And you can do that after we get on motion K. I need a motion and a second to approve the extension of the filer Schwab attorneys at law as the Lehigh Area School District solicitor until the end of 2021 school year, June 30th, 2021. Need a motion and a second, please. I'll make the motion.
Second.
Who seconded, please?
Wayne.
Motion by Mr. Stern, a second by Mr. Wentz to approve the extension of filer and Schwab attorneys at law as Lehigh Area School District solicitors until the end of the 2020-2021 school year, June 30th, 2021, or as stated in Mr. Filer's message to the board, enclosure number 12. You can terminate this extension at any time. It is not a binding contract, just that we have his services until we decide whether we will continue to move forward with his services or not. Comments from the board, please.
Sure. I have a list. We should not hire this person again.
Gonna make it up again?
Excuse me. We should, I was speaking. I'm being polite. We should not hire this person again. You have an Auditor General's report that shows year after year after year after year after year, 5 of them, where this board was not in compliance with the Pennsylvania School Code, where it was shown to this board that they were not in compliance with this school code and not following the law, where it was shown to the solicitor that this board was not following the law, and yet the solicitor failed to educate the board so that they would be in compliance with the law, or failed to negotiate or compromise, or I use the word educate, because these board members, Wayne Wentz, Steve Holland, and Larry Stern, were found in non-compliance as cheaters, liars to the district, to the community that they serve. And this important position,
Mr. Stern, point of order.
Yeah,
No one auditor did not call anyone a liar and a cheat.
Most definitely.
Please.
Most definitely. Read the report, Rita. So when
I
people
did.
don't tell the truth, when they are
I
unaware
read
of the
Mr.
situation.
Bradley better than you.
Well, that's fine. But the reality is, this solicitor has a responsibility. And we all recognize that the responsibility is to help review the law. This solicitor has taken, because the board has hired them to do this, and instead of growing a pear tree and stopping the board from breaking the law, the solicitor has taken a position where they profit from taking lawsuits that are, I use the term unwinnable, like challenging the constitutionality of the right to know law. This board had no right to do that, and this solicitor had no right to take that money. This board had no right to fight independent educational benefits when they're for the kids. Yet this board does have a responsibility to monitor every dollar collected and every dollar spent. And yet the solicitor gets involved in the right to know law, including the review of policies, where even if it was written in crayon on a paper plate, he gets to put his little grubby fingers on it, right? And to be able to get that money out of this district by you guys that are just complete rubber stampers, and you don't even understand the responsibility. In our executive session, he was lobbying the board to get paid more money. You guys have to recognize that. Now, whether you're intelligent enough to understand that, and whether you take that as an insult or not, that's up to you. But it is very evident from the Auditor General's report that this board failed to comply with the law. And one of the checks and balances in that system is a good solicitor. And we lack that. Auditor Report 2013, Auditor Report 2015, where a memorandum of understanding was missing and the documents were missing. Auditor Report 2020, you have non-compliance with the law. Larry, Steve, and Wayne are breaking the law, and nobody's stopping them. No one's even educating them. And we do bring it up to the solicitor, and yet he shuts us down, quiets us down. If you go back to the original meeting when I was first elected, Larry Stern was breaking the Sunshine Act. He broke the Sunshine Act. And Mr. Schwab, excuse me, and you did. And Mr. Schwab, and Mr. Schwab identified it, that yes, the people in this community do have a right to speak on new motions, a new item that has not been taking place within this district for decades. Kraus.
Hey, we just spoke on all your new items there. Nobody wanted to talk about them.
They didn't do it. I know, but they didn't do it. And the reality is they should have done it.
You want to make up some more things, or I think
no,
you want
not making them up. The reality is, hold on. The reality is, you guys
Mr. Stern, I'm going to call the question. I would need a second and a vote. Can I please call the question?
You got to have a vote to call the question. I don't know if we're done having this conversation.
That's what I want.
Get a second for that.
To
but
call
right
the
now,
question.
we're going to have that. We're getting a second for it. We're going to have this conversation.
Have a second.
Because Nathan to call. Okay, great. So open it up to the public of whether or not they should listen to the rest of the problems associated with our solicitor over the past decades of malfeasance and misfeasance and non-compliance, and get a vote. I want to see this board vote to say they don't want to hear it before they have this discussion and before they take this vote. I want you guys to vote right now whether you're going to call the question and ignore the responsibility to make an informed decision. Please proceed, Mr. Stern. Lion Larry, go for it.
Respectfully, I'd like to address that diatribe.
No. We have a motion on the, excuse me, Mr. Filer. You have a motion on the floor.
Mr.
Call the
Bradley?
question. You have a motion to call the
Mr.
question.
Bradley?
And you have a second to call the question.
Bradley?
So have public comment. Lion
Please let
Larry
Mr.
Stern, you
Filer
got to follow the
speak.
rules, bud. You got to follow the
Please
rules.
let Mr. Filer
Follow
speak,
the
Mr.
rules.
Bradley.
If he wants
Mr.
to have a
Bradley, are you
comment, he raises
intimidating
his
my
hand.
ability to speak?
I'm saying you should
Are
raise
you
your hand.
currently trying to violate me
Did you raise
speaking
your
at an
hand,
open
sir?
meeting?
You are a lobbyist at this point. Did you raise your hand like everyone
I am a
else in the
citizen of the state of Pennsylvania, sir.
Yes. You're a lobbyist. Raise your hand. I think you should be fair. You should raise your hand and have a comment. And the reality is,
let's go
you
over
have a first
every
and a
one of
second
your
on.
points.
Wait, call the question. Are you doing the call the question?
Mr.
Or are we having a
Bradley,
discussion?
please silence yourself.
Are we doing a call the question?
Let your silence,
Hold on.
please.
Mr. Stern, control this.
First off,
are you
when
doing a call the question? Or
you
are you
indicated
doing
that I was supposed to try and educate the board. Yet when I do that, you accuse me of lobbying. You can't have it both ways.
I can look at it. Yeah, you can.
I don't have anything to do with the special education in this school. You hire special education specialized law firm to deal with that. Secondly, or thirdly, I should say, the spanking that you allege to. We got permission from the board to raise all possible defenses to releasing student information, which included, yes, arguing that the right to know law was unconstitutional because it does not give the district enough due process. The judge denied that motion, but he also found that 77% of the documents that were supposed to be withheld were properly withheld. So again, 77% I wouldn't consider a spanking, I'd actually consider that a victory. Now, as to, we set up the policy that if you could write on a crayon, which apparently you must enjoy doing, and submitting right to know requests, that's not our policy. The right to know law says that any request for information that was received by the district should be forwarded to the right to know officer. That's in the law itself. I had nothing to do with drafting that. Now, with regards to the accounting from the 2014 year and beyond, I wasn't even an attorney at the time. So I don't know what you expected me to do there. I think that's...
I'll answer what I expected you to do. I'll answer what I expected you to do. I expect you to review those documents prior to.
I wasn't an attorney at the time.
Listen to me, sir. Please listen.
I
do expect you as an attorney.
It does not make any sense.
No, it's not. It does, and I'll explain it. Thank you. So, when you show up as a solicitor to a district, you review the old audit reports, just like Freddie Kremerer did. I mean, he looked at them all. So you look at them and you say, what is this government district
The auditor
doing
reports
wrong?
deal with the accounting practices of the district, not the legal aspects of the district.
Are we having a conversation or are we having retort? Go ahead.
Well, if we're going to whisper really silently, I'm going to just overtalk you like
Thank
you do.
Go ahead. I'll be polite. Let's go one at a time. When you first got hired as the solicitor, one of the
Mr.
responsibilities
Stern, again,
to
can
be
we
professional.
please? Okay, yep.
Mr. Cleaver,
We have a motion and a second on item K. Roll call vote to retain the
one more
services
time.
of Tyler Schwab.
No. You have, first of all, you have a call the question. You have a call, guys, at least follow the rules.
Again, we're trying to
follow the rules. Follow the rules.
Mr. Bradley, that's what we're trying to clear up.
You have a
It's
call
very
the question. You
difficult
need to have, wait,
with
if you have a
you
call the question.
continuing-
Why don't you ask Mr. Filer how to do call the question? You got a motion and a second to call the
Mr. Bradley,
question. You need
we're
to
trying
host
to
that
get
first.
clarification. If you would please just be
All the
quiet
question's
for a
not a
couple
motion.
seconds.
It's individuals indicating that the topic has gotten off point and they want it brought before the board to decide.
And the
It's
board
not a
has to
separate
make that
motion.
decision, so it's a motion, and the people have a discussion
not.
whether or not it is a motion, and they do have the right to do that. Look up
It's a
Robert's Rules of
faculty
Order.
part of parliamentary procedure. It's
Look
not
up
itself
public
its own
procedure,
motion.
Robert's Rules of Order. Go ahead. Read it to educate your board. Read it to us. But number one, more importantly, much more importantly, a professional.
Fine, I just want to call the question and move on.
I know
Whatever
you want to
legal-
shove it out. I know you do. I know you do. That's the point. We're
Bradley,
stopping
will
you.
Just
We're
stop?
stopping you from that.
You have got to
'Cause you
stop
can't-
being such a.
You're stopping you from doing it because you're not doing your job. Rita,
Oh
we're going
my
to try to
God,
prevent you
keep
from doing your job.
saying
Not on my
that and
watch.
Saying that I've done more of a job than you in 1 month than you have done in your whole entire time here.
But that
Now,
job is screwing
have
over the
question
public.
and move on.
You're screwing over the public. Don't screw over the public.
I
Please,
am not.
that's your job.
On
You're
item
more,
A,
more than
Mr.
accomplished at
Department.
it.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
No.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers.
No, we have to stop making the same mistakes.
Mr. Richard Beltz,
No.
Mr. David Bradley,
Please repeat the motion that you are having people vote on.
It's
Item K, Mr. Bradley.
Item K, you're not going to let Rita have her vote of call the question?
No.
You guys are so bad. So definitely no. You cannot hire the same guy to make the same mistakes over and over and
Nathan
over
Fuller.
again, paying him tens of thousands of dollars to fight educational benefits.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
5-4, motion carries.
On item L, motion and a second to approve the license agreement for wireless installation on public structures between the Hayden Area School District and New Singular Wireless PCS LLC. The Hayden Area School District will pay $75 monthly, total of $900 annually, as recommended by the Buildings and Grounds Committee. Closure number
So moved.
13. A motion by
So
Ms.
moved.
Conley,
Second by Wayne.
I have a second by Wayne on item L. Any discussion on item L? Hearing none, roll call vote,
I
Mr.
do.
Karpowitz?
Sorry, I do. Wait, I do. Sorry, I was trying to get the button over. So, are they providing any other benefits other than this $75 a month to have access to our town? I mean, are we getting any other communication? I mean, I'm looking at a AT&T bill for cell phones and everything else on this system. That is, let me see if I pull it up. It looks like telecommunications. We're spending about $1,200 a month on AT&T. Can New Singular, did anyone negotiate? Did anyone review this? Did anyone on the board realize that our superintendent's not really helping the district and the government make ends meet? And $75 a month when we're spending $1,200 a month? I find it irresponsible. And for Lion Larry to make sure he doesn't call me a liar, it's $1,211.26.
Mr. Bradley.
1,000. It's an adjective. It's an adjective.
Mrs.
1, 2,
Gamaholic?
and you earned it. 1, 2, 1, 1, and 26 cents. And here you're getting 75 cents. What a deal.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
No.
Mr. Richard Beltz,
No.
Mr. David Bradley,
No, we should be negotiating these things.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
5-4, motion carries.
On item M. Need a motion and a second to approve the Total Healthcare Partner Services Agreement between the Hayden Area School District and the Lehigh Valley Health Network, enclosure number 14. Motion and a second, please.
So moved,
So moved,
Steve.
and I did review it.
I have a motion by Steve, Mr. Holland, a second by Mrs. Spinelli. Further discussion on motion M?
Did we have any review with this LVHN in regards to the exclusivity that blocks our community? I don't know why that's in there. I don't know if they placed that in there or we just gave it to them, but we should have renegotiated a little bit to say, look, what does it cost to not have exclusivity so that anyone within the district, and that way you have two providers, you don't have a sole source. I mean, it's kind of hard-handed to do this to a community when we're a government picking winners and losers.
Mr. Bradley, I believe you did vote to use LVHN.
I did, but I'm saying
so at this point, for you to go back on a motion or an item that we talked about 2 months ago and actually been talking about it for 6 months is a bit ridiculous, if you ask me, sir.
well, Lion Larry Stern should listen up more because I
Roll
didn't
call
say that.
vote. This
I
is
did not say that,
Karpowitz.
liar.
Thank you.
You're a liar.
This
I
is
didn't say
Rita
that. I said
Spinelli?
that the negotiation. Hold on.
Yes.
I said that the negotiation.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Hold on. The negotiation should go through, and we should review it more closely, Mr.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Lion Stern.
No.
Mr. Richard Beltz,
No.
Mr. David Bradley,
No, we should review it.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
No.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
5-4, motion carries.
A motion, and on item N, a motion and a second to approve the ACH cash management agreement between Lehighton Area School District and the Mock Trust Company, enclosure number 15.
So moved, Wayne.
Second by Nathan.
Okay, first by Mr. Wentz, a second by Mr. Fuller on the ACH agreement between Lehighton Area School District and Mock Trust. Questions by the board, please?
It appears that this agreement lacks the accountability back to the treasurer. So where are these documents going? Are they just going to our superintendent? I hope not, right?
Again, this, Mr. Bradley, if you could, if you would be able to read, it would just say that it says it's the cash management service and it talks about security tokens. So it's a view file. This is something new that we wanted to have put in front of the board, so the board is aware who has access to view this information.
And one more time, because I can read, is the treasurer, the duly elected public official, have access to this information, or just the duly elected public official's subordinate administration? And according to what I'm seeing, it looks like the duly elected officials are abdicating the responsibility to review this information to their subordinate superintendent, who has been proven in the Auditor General's report to not be trustworthy. And that's an adjective, Mr. Stern.
Hearing no further comments, roll call vote on the ACH cash management item.
Mr. Wayne Wentz.
Hold on. Did you answer my question?
Yeah.
Are you answering my
Yeah.
question? Hold on. Wait. Before you let Wayne,
You're interrupting
Wicked Wayne,
me.
just frickin' rubber stamp this thing, and before you
Mr.
let
Bradley, please.
Stevie Holland didn't even. Did you
Mr.
read it?
Stern,
Do you have a
please
copy,
move
Steve?
forward.
Lion Larry, you gonna answer the question or not? You got accountability here, boss. You got to be accountable. The Auditor General came in and spanked you. The judge spanked us. Do the job. Is anyone else have access to this, or the administration
Your
only?
lawsuits is being meritless, sir.
One more time. Are we going to be accountable, or are you just going to fight me that's trying to ask the simple question, who has access to this and why? Does the board not, or the board treasurer not have access to this? Please answer that question, sir.
The board treasurer does not have access to this token process. No, Mr. Bradley.
Then we shouldn't be doing stuff like this, guys.
But the
You
board
already have that
treasurer will
problem.
be
You already have a
seeing the exact
superintendent
same
that's
reports
untrustworthy.
you'll be seeing on a monthly basis
We
for the
have an
entire board.
untrustworthy administration. You can't
Thank
do
you.
it. You can't do it, guys. They shove things underneath your nose, and then you rubber stamp them, and then the Auditor General comes back
Okay,
and
roll
gives you a
call
$3
vote.
million spanking that you're taking money,
Ms. Joy Beers.
educational funds.
Yes?
Mr. Richard Belts.
No.
Mr. David Bradley.
No, and please stop cutting off the conversation. The public should hear the conversation.
Mr. Nathan Fuller.
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland.
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik.
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli.
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
7-2, motion carries.
On to item O, I need a motion and a second to approve the remote deposit capture agreement between Lehighton Area School District and the Mock Trust Company, enclosure number 16.
So moved, Wayne.
Second, Rita.
The first by Mr. Wentz, the second by Mrs. Spinelli on the remote deposit capture agreement between Lehighton Area School District and the Mock Trust Company, motion number 16. Questions on the board?
Does the treasurer have access to this document and information once it's been captured and reviewed? Yes or no?
No, this is not something that the treasurer would have access to. This is just giving us permission for remote deposits.
Who's us? When you
The
say
district.
us, you're talking
School
about
district, the
school
business
district.
office,
You're talking
Mr.
about the
Brown.
subordinate administration that this
Yes,
board
the
is supposed to
subordinate
oversee.
administration and
That
the
this board's
business
supposed to
office.
oversee,
Correct.
right? So they're going to have access to this, but the treasurer does not.
This is for deposits only. So
I
you can
understand
make
that.
remote
So
deposits.
every dollar collected, every dollar dispersed. One more time, if we got this straight, this board is abdicating all oversight to their subordinate administration, that it was proven inside the Auditor General's report for 5 years that failed to provide the proper information. And yet you guys are doing it again. Why are... Larry, this is why I think you're a liar.
Mr. Bradley, you know this is to remotely
This is why it's
deposit
wicked.
check.
Wicked Wayne, you're gonna
No,
freaking rubber stamp
this
this.
is to remotely deposit a check, just like you do with your cell phone
Yeah.
on your own bank account.
Yeah, and you should have access to it. Why doesn't the treasurer have
Why
access
would
to it?
Mr. Fuller be depositing checks?
Why doesn't Mr. Fuller have access to what was deposited?
It's not
Why
saying
does
he doesn't have access to what was deposited.
Mr.
He
Fuller
says he's
should-
not actually making the transaction to deposit the check.
Every dollar.
Mr. Bradley,
collected,
you will be
every
able to
dollar
see
received.
every transaction made on a monthly basis.
I
by
know,
the
finally.
reports that
It
you
looks
are
like
now
those
getting.
right to know requests really work. But at the same time, they should not do, the treasurer should have oversight of this entire process. It's an subordinate administration. The board can delegate it to the treasurer. You got to set up protocols that allow you to have checks and balances in a system. When you obfuscate the information and don't provide it, and you hide it, and then you prevent the treasurer from having access to it, he should have full access to this. The fact that you are going to sign an agreement and abdicate all his responsibility and authority without giving him access. What happens if I was treasurer? I'll never get access to that information, right? Because you guys block it. You've been found to be untrustworthy. You need checks and balances to prevent
Roll
that.
call vote, Mrs.
You can get
Karpowicz.
mad at it, but it's the truth.
Ms.
sir.
Joy Beers,
Stop lying.
Yes.
Mr. Richard Beltz,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
No, not without checks and balances.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
Can I at least
8-1
respectfully
motion carries.
submit? All right, I'm going to make a second motion since you guys passed that. Can we please extend the retention of the records to 6 years instead of just 2? Because that is our obligation as a board under Pennsylvania School Code to mandate these records are kept for a 6-year period, not just 2. Can we
Bring
at
it up
least
to
do
new
that?
business, Mr. Bradley.
I'm sorry. Larry,
asked you to bring it up
what'd
in
you
new
say,
business,
Larry,
Brad.
you're saying you don't want to do this right now?
I'm asking you to bring it up in new business, Mr. Bradley. I'm trying to move through an agenda.
Yeah, good for you, bud. Good for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just railroad this community again. Thanks.
On item P, I need a motion and a second to approve and accept the consolidated grant agreement for the 2021 school year, Title I, Part A of $679,951 and Title II, Part A, $96,794 and Title IV, Part A of $43,767 for a total grant award of $820,512. Enclosure 17. Need a motion and a second to accept this grant. Thank you.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Spinelli, a second by Mr. Holland. Any questions on item P, the acceptance of the grant monies, Title I programs? Hearing none, I'll call for roll call vote. Mrs. Karpowicz?
Mr. Richard Beltz,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9-0, motion carries.
On to item Q, need a motion and a second to approve the 2021 non-public schools Title I equitable professional services between the Heighton Area School District and the Carbon Lehigh IU number 21. Motion and a second, please.
So moved, Wayne.
Second.
I have a first by Mr. Wentz and a second by Mr. Spinelli on the intergovernmental agreement with Heighton Area High School, the Heighton Area School District and the Carbon Lehigh Intermediate Unit number 21. Questions from the board, please? Hearing no questions, roll call vote, Mr. Carpenter.
Mr. David Bradley,
So moved.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Beltz,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9-0, motion carries.
On item R, motion and a second to approve a fund transfer in the amount of $10,000 from the general fund to the food service fund to cover this month's expenses. The motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second by Nathan.
Is that Ms. Spinelli on the first?
Yes.
Have a first by Ms. Spinelli and a second by Mr. Fuller on the fund transfer from the general fund to the food service fund to cover this month's expenses. Any comments on the board? Mr. Cleaver, I have a comment. I know that the children are receiving free lunch from the government at this point in time through the COVID pandemic. Is that breakfast and lunch? So how does this relate from an expense perspective for the fund transfer?
Correct. That is correct. All students eligible for free lunch currently. That has been extended through the school year. We did fill out that waiver. But what this is if you recall the end of the past several years, at the end of the year, there was always a transfer that was made. We want to begin doing these on a monthly basis so the board could see them every month instead of waiting to see that large amount at the end of the year. So as we're going through and looking at some of the policies and practices within our business office, we feel that this will make it, easier to for the board to see on a monthly basis instead of waiting at the end. And this is just money that is being billed to our food service. And then when you look at our bank statements, you'll see that there's actually a line item for food service. So if this is approved, you'll actually see a transfer into that from the general fund to our food service fund. So instead of at the end of the year now, while we're looking to do this, to review our accounts and review this on a monthly basis if a transfer is needed.
Excellent.
So
Thank you.
Mr. Cleaver, can I just clarify though so the reason we still are short money, even though we're getting the money to feed every student, the reimbursement we're getting is not enough to cover the cost of the food. Is that why we're still?
The other part, a lot of times it does cover the cost. However, there is other expenses that are required to, whether it be like for this year, paper products is an increase in expenses because we're using paper products.
Oh, I see. Okay.
For those type of things. However, the reimbursement from the state comes in, in certain times, whether it be quarterly, depending on our submissions that we submit for reimbursement. And that reimbursement goes into the general fund, and that's why you have to transfer from the general fund to the food service to help with those costs.
All right. Thank you.
Roll call vote, Mr. Karpowitz?
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Beltz,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9-0, motion carries.
On the personnel, I need a motion and a second to approve the athletic hires for the 2021 school year. Looks like winter sports, closure number 19.
So move, Steve.
Second, Wayne.
I have a motion by Mr. Holland, a second by Mr. Wentz. Any comment on item A on personnel? I guess I just have one, Mr. Cleaver, concerning the issues that we experienced with the spring activities where they were canceled. And since we did appoint, I know we're getting to the point where we have to appoint coaches as the seasons are getting close to starting. I know for the winter sports, football is winding up at this point. Is there any conditions concerning the payment of these folks should their seasons be suspended? Or would that be pending litigation or bills similar to the act
13, I think it was, that made us have to make those payments last year.
Yes, that would be a discussion that we would have to, in the event something like that does take place. The reason last year, because that was into law, that payment had to be made for all employees. Now, if that law is, reestablished, that was done in June 30th. That may be something we may not have any control over, but that discussion would definitely have to take place with this board to see how we want to propose moving forward in the event seasons were canceled or not taking place.
Thank you.
In that same light, did we review, you mentioned liability and litigation, did we review methods and educational requirements of these people to make sure that they are fully aware of the anti-hazing and protocols that were provided by the gentleman that came in, Mr. Goodwin, so that they can help prevent more problems that occurred from lack of supervision? I mean, we do not need criminal activity within our district, and it looks like the first line of defense is oversight and education. So are they going through any new protocols associated with that training to make sure that we do not have a continuation of past practices that happened within this district? I did not see anything at the athletic committee meeting, which Steve and Wayne have failed to kind of put this on the forefront of protection of the students. But are we doing anything different this year versus last year, given the heinous crimes that took place? Are we going to add additional educational requirements to these people?
Mr. Bradley, I'm not sure what you're referencing, but I do know Mr. Spots did address this.
You don't know what we're referencing?
I don't know what presentation. You mentioned a name. I don't believe the district had someone.
The district did. I actually funded it. We brought them in. And
that was not a district sponsored event, though.
We tried. Yeah, you guys blocked it, but we offered it to the district.
To answer your question,
for the district to take it, they chose
coaches do have a handbook that all that stuff is referenced in there,
but
and
it's
it is
not
highlighted.
I looked at the
and
handbook.
Mr. Spots also does review that, and also we are looking at getting presentations. Unfortunately, can't physically be here, but to present to our student athletes, not only about hazing, but nutrition and other guidance too. And a lot of that stuff is part of that Lehigh Valley Health Network program that we just approved.
And I agree with that. That's why I want to know whether or not we're making a requirement of these athletic candidates prior to hire, just like they have to have their background checks. I think that we should also include that they have a anti-hazing educational credit, use the term, right? Whatever you want to do, whether it's through Lehigh Valley Health, whether it's through the district, whether it's through Mr. Goodwin's program, whether it's through the Anti-Haze Coalition. We had problems within our district. Criminal activity. It's wrong. Lack of supervision, lack of oversight, failures to follow best practices, failures to follow our own policies, right? These are all documented within the Auditor General's report and also documented within our community, within our courts, right? And we just don't seem to take protecting the students as a priority. Instead, you're circling the wagons and sweeping under the rug and say, oh yeah, we're going to do that. Oh yeah, and some nutrition too. This is an important piece of the puzzle, guys. It doesn't look like we took that seriously. And whereas background checks are important, and I agree with that, the responsibility and accountability of all of our staff members should be taking place. We do not want to have criminal activity within our schools, and lack of oversight adds to that risk. It adds to our insurance premiums. It adds to the whole host of problems that can occur within a government school like we have now. So are we going to hold these guys accountable to extra training prior to their start as coaches to make sure they're more aware, more oversight, and are we going to make sure Wayne and Steve on the athletic committee are going to do their job this time? I think it would be important. We should add it before we hire them. Larry, I'll let you make the motion and Wayne can second it and Steve can vote and talk about it if you guys want, or I'll make the motion.
Actually, Mr. Bradley, we have the motion on the floor and it has a first and second. That was your comments.
I know, so I'm adding to it.
Again, can anybody talk other than you without being talked over?
I'm adding to your motion. I'm trying to add to the motion so that you get the votes you're looking for. You're a politician. You're a politician. I'm trying to get.
You can't get anywhere.
You're not going to do it. You're not going to protect the students.
Fuller?
You're not going to protect the students. Come on, Larry.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
No.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes, because they will take the training once they're hired.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
No, we need to protect the children.
Mr. Richard Belt?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Whereas these are great people on this list, we need to protect the students. That should be an obligation of the hire in the side of this community. Thank you.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
6-3, motion carries.
On to item B, I need a motion and a second to approve the attached list of candidates for the 2021 substitute list pending clearance, enclosure number 20. The motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second by Nathan.
I have a motion by Mr. Holland, a second by Mr. Fuller. Any questions concerning the substitute list pending clearances and the candidates on enclosure number 20? Hearing none, roll call vote, Mrs. Karpowicz.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
No.
Mr. Richard Belt?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Abstention, lack of information. Nothing was provided to this district board. Thank you.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
One abstention, no. Motion carries 7-1, one abstention.
On item C, I need a motion and a second to approve the letter of understanding between the Lehighton Area School District and Lehighton Area Educational Support Association, enclosure number 21.
So moved. Wayne?
Was this reviewed by the solicitor?
This is the same agreement that we did last year, so nothing has changed other than the dates.
So let's try my question. Was this reviewed by our solicitor?
No.
Thank you. Now you know why he's untrustworthy.
Because I answered your question?
No, sir. You answered the question accurately. I appreciate that greatly. I asked the question. The superintendent joined in, made the assumption as if it was ever reviewed. It was not, even last year. And here he's just rubber stamping and trying to push it through so we get the board to do whatever he wants them
Bradley,
to do.
that is
and
not
therefore,
the case.
that is
Thank you.
please don't talk over me. And that is the concern that I have, that we have an untrustworthy superintendent that doesn't answer the questions, doesn't be held accountable by this board. But it was nice of you, Mr. Filer. I really do respect that answer, and thank you, because you do have a responsibility to review all these contracts, every contract, prior to their execution. And it really goes from the board to the solicitor, right? And then back to the board after they get their review. So that's kind of how it's supposed to work. But we'll get there. You guys are doing better. Thank you.
Can I ask the question? This is Steve talking.
Yes, sir.
Does anyone have any idea of how many hours per week that are additional to this lady's actual job description?
Yeah, we did look at an estimated hours that was presented. This is the third year that we are doing this with BHA. So that amount is estimated based off what they anticipated of an hourly rate. And I could go back, Mr. Holland, and find all that information, but that was generated, and that is how this amount came from. We do bill BHA 20 cents for every submission on this monthly report that she's required to do.
Okay, I guess my next question would be, is this a annual agreement then, as long as we're working with BHA then?
Yes, as long as BHA is still uses the service, this is where it's been required that they pay us an administrative fee to submit all the information to the state, and then the district gets that reimbursement back in addition to being the administrative fee. It was 15 cents. It has since gone up to 20 cents.
And Steve, are you
So,
going
Mr.
to
Peter, we don't lose money.
No, the BHA approval, I believe, was approved last month or the month prior to it. So that approval for servicing BHA for meals has already been board approved.
So Steve, you still didn't get an answer to your question. So I know you asked it, and I know you got this loose answer from our subordinate administration, but your answer was how many hours, and he does not have that number. And then I'm going to ask the question, are these hours participating during normal working hours where this person's already an employee of the district? Or is
this is additional job responsibility that this individual or designee, please, I'd like you to point out too that in the event she's not here, we would assign a designee who then would take over and be required to submit that information.
So do these people work on an hourly rate or on a weekly salary?
Salary.
Right, so they're under salary. So these are hours that are going to be in addition to the salary rate.
This is right. This is a stipend that it's in addition to,
so it's
similar
like
to department heads and those other type of positions that we offer stipend payments to for above and beyond work that they do throughout the year. Team leaders, those positions.
It's obvious that this got placed on the agenda without proper review and therefore should be removed. Mr. Stern, please strike this from that process. And
Mr. Bradley, you can vote no if you so choose at the time of the roll call vote.
yeah, and you can also rubber stamp and push this through without reviewing it and make an uninformed decision, breaking the law.
Bradley, this has gone for 3 years.
Law as ordained by
I've seen it
Pennsylvania School
before. I
Code,
saw it the first time, the second time, and the
the
third time.
law by Pennsylvania School Code that requires informed decisions by its board of directors.
Oh, that's your opinion again.
No, it's the judge's opinion, sir. Ask your solicitor. That's the judge's opinion. Palm, DeFrancesco, Ackerman, informed decisions by the law, responsibility, fidelity. You have an oath. Don't lie, Larry. Come on. You've been doing this for a lot of time, man. 10
Roll
years.
call vote, Mrs. Karpowitz.
Or
Mrs.
postpone it.
Pollock?
You sure you don't want to postpone this? You and a lot of people pretend you were informed.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
No?
Mr. Richard Beltz?
No.
Mr. David Bradley?
No.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
6-3, motion carries.
Can you please count that again? I want to make sure that we got the right number of rubber stampers.
There's an extra one this time, I guess, so thank you.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was.
On to item
So
D,
36?
need a motion and a second to accept the intent to retire with the following support employees under terms of their respective contract with eligibility for all retirement benefits. Michelle Labine, support nurse. Lisa Weiss, secretary. Michelle has 12.42 years of service, and Ms. Weiss has 42 and a half years of service, which is quite an accomplishment. I need a motion and a second, please, to accept the intent to retire.
So moved.
So moved.
Steve.
Second.
First by Mr. Holland and a second by Mrs. Spinelli, I believe it was.
Yes.
Comment on these intent to retire?
I would just like to thank them for their years of service. Michelle Levine, who's worked in our nursing department, and Ms. Weiss, who's held several different secretarial administrative assistant type positions throughout the district. You could see the many years of service for Ms. Weiss, but both of them have been a great addition. They've helped out in many other areas too with service, and I just wanted to personally thank both of them for their assistance with Lee Heighton.
Roll call vote, Mrs. Karpowitz?
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes, with regrets.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Beltz,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes, thank you for the service.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes, my previous comments was definitely, I mean, I'm in awe for her 42 and a half years. That's just outstanding. And I know Mrs. Levine has had nothing but the best for our children from the support nurse perspective. So, yes.
9-0, motion carried.
I need a motion and a second to acknowledge FMLA leave for the following employees not to exceed 12 weeks. Employee 532 commencing 12/15. Employee 1434 commencing 12/21 of both of 2020. Motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second, Wayne.
I have a motion by Ms. Spinelli, a second by Mr. Wentz. On item D, any further comments? Hearing none, roll call vote, Mrs. Karpowitz?
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Beltz,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Sorry, yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9-0, motion carries.
Now, item E, I need a motion and a second to approve parental leave unpaid for employee 1245 until January 31st, 2021, as per the CBA. Second, please.
So moved.
Second, Steve.
I have a motion by Ms. Spinelli, a second by Mr. Holland. Any comments on the parental leave? Item E. Hearing none, we'll go roll call vote, Mr. Karpowitz. Thank you.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Beltz,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller, Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9-0, motion carried.
On miscellaneous, need a motion and a second to approve the early graduation in January for 2021 for the following students: 55-118, 55-670, 59-222, and 53-968. Motion and a second, please.
So moved, Wayne.
Second,
Second,
Steve.
Rita.
A motion by Mr. Wentz, a second by Mr. Holland to approve early graduation. Comments?
I have one. I kind of know the answer to this, but I'd like to hear the answer. I'm under the impression that student numbers are used for the personal privacy of the students involved. Yet when we do a right to know, student numbers are removed from documents related to such things as early graduation and argued as such, paid for by our solicitor. So this district is using student numbers here, but actually blocking documents because it might contain a student number on it and redacting said documents. I would like to know why we are using a student number on this motion, and I would assume it's for privacy.
But the reason it was redacted was because the document in question was a list of students who were receiving special education services. That was the purpose of the report, so those numbers were redacted.
Which I understand that the idea of a student number is to protect the privacy of a student. But if you're going to consume dollars, don't you want to make sure that it is a student that is these funds are going to?
So, Mr. Bradley, do you think they're graduating students that don't exist?
Oh, Rita, please no. I'm not even going to honor that with a comment, but no, I'm sure these 4 students did a wonderful job to earn early graduation. My comment, as I mansplain this to you, is that we're using a student number because we care about the privacy of students, which I care about, and I'm glad we're using them. You, as a director of a government agency, is fighting in court over the redaction of said privately held student numbers that already have a level
So this
of
has
privacy
something
to
to do with the lawsuit you lost, and you're bringing it up here. That's totally inappropriate at this time.
No, Rita, no. It has to do with you hiring solicitors to spend money to redact things where we already hire somebody that can do that redaction. And if we're going to have a policy in redacting student numbers so that they don't get released to the public, then why are we putting them in our minutes, right? So we should be at least consistent with the process. And if we have a right to know officer, we should use that. We shouldn't pay a solicitor to walk around and use the big black Sharpie marker and type out student numbers, or at least just leave the first number to prove that it's one of our student numbers. Because we do have other students from other districts.
In other words, any opportunity to go back to your agenda. Even though this has nothing to do with what you're talking about, this is just kids who want to graduate early, but we have to bring it back to Dave and his problems. I think we just need to move on with this.
Yeah, Rita, I know. It's so nice of you to want to do that.
Thanks for your comment, Dave. Roll call vote, Mr.
It's so
Carter.
nice, Rita. Oh.
Mr. Wayne
Rita.
Wentz.
Oh, Rita.
Yeah.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes?
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Most definitely. Congratulations, kids.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Yes.
9-0, motion carried.
Under programs, need a motion and a second to approve the second reading and adoption of the following Lehighton Area School District policies: number 203, number 314, number 704, number 803, and closure number 22.
So moved.
Second, Wayne.
Motion by Ms. Spinelli, a second by Mr. Wentz. Any comments on these policies?
I think it should be postponed because you guys have canceled every policy meeting for the last several months. And without that, Rita's normal comments like, oh, we're just going to approve it to the next level until we get a chance to review it. And then here it shows up on the board agenda and nobody had a policy meeting that allowed the public to decide what new laws, new rules that we're going to have. And as Rita so eloquently said, we can decide which policies to follow and which policies not to follow. Back to my agenda, Rita, and I'm holding you accountable to the laws that we are making, that we should review those laws and the public should have access to review those laws. I think it's only fair that they review those laws because regretfully, we don't have trustworthy board of directors that will not only write the laws that we're going to have, but then hold themselves accountable to them. And if you need me to remind you of what the Auditor General report says, that you have policies like these, and then you don't follow them. So I think the government should let the people see them first, review them in a policy committee meeting before they show up here just to be shoved down the road.
Again, Mr. Bradley, you're inaccurate with your
I'm not
comments.
inaccurate.
These
The
have
Auditor
been
General
discussed.
report was most definitely telling you that you don't
Mr.
follow your
Bradley,
policies.
I know it's hard for you to accept that your comments are inaccurate and false. However, all of these policies were reviewed at a public policy meeting, and they were also placed on a board agenda and have been posted on the website. So they have been viewed. This is the second reading, and they were discussed at a public meeting. Thank you.
Yet you're inaccurate because in the page 9 of the Auditor General report, it says,
Okay,
district
roll
did not
call vote,
comply
Mr.
with its
Markowitz.
own board policies.
Mrs. Rita
It did
Spinelli?
not comply with its
Yes.
own school policies. You're
Mr.
not
Wayne
doing your
Wentz?
job.
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers?
No.
Mr. Richard Belt?
No.
Mr. David Brad?
No, this board is not doing its job.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
No.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
5-4, motion carried.
On the item B under programs, I need a motion and a second to approve the following use of school properties, items 1 through 5. Need a motion and a second, please.
So moved, Wayne.
Second, Steve.
Motion by Mr. Wentz, and a second by Mr. Holland. Any comment on the use of school property? Roll call vote, Ms. Markowitz.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belt?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Yes.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Yes.
9-0, motion carried.
On to old business. Any old business to discuss?
Yeah, why don't we have old business on there? I mean, you got a teacher's
You have
union
something to
contract.
say.
You got a teacher's union contract. You got the appeals. You got the hazing problems. You have the lack of governance. You got this Auditor General's report looming over your heads. You have the responsibility to answer the Auditor General as a board, as a community, that you didn't do yet. I mean, that's an obligation, and the time's ticking on that one. And you guys are shoving it underneath the rug and doing it yourselves, internal to your own little cabal going on there. So yeah, you have a lot of old business and nothing's listed on here. That's kind of an embarrassment, guys. You guys should really do your job. Larry, I think you and our superintendent are responsible for the agenda. To have them not listed was an error.
Gail, you had a comment?
Yes, I wanted to mention that I did receive word that the library received its $20,000 donation.
Thank you.
So I wanted to make that clear that that was taken care of.
That was also on the check register today.
Okay, but I just thought I'd mention it because it was a point of discussion last time.
Okay, new business, Mr. Cleaver?
Yeah, there is none at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, we do. Come on.
You know who, hold
You said
on.
bring up a new business. You're going to bring them up for us, or am I going to do it?
No.
I'll force you to hold you accountable. No problem. I'm going to hold you accountable. Ready? New business. I believe that we should follow Pennsylvania School Code Section 518 to the letter that requires us to not only retain, as a board, retain 6 years worth of records, but we should make sure that that record keeping is done in a way that the board can review to ensure that it's being done, because you guys are signing contracts that says it doesn't have to be done. It's only 2 years. So we need to make sure that this administration complies with Pennsylvania School Code 518. It's one of our jobs, right? So that's new business. Would someone like to make a motion that we do this? Or do you just want to have a discussion, new business for discussion, and then maybe a motion will comply?
Mr. Bradley, what makes you think we don't keep the documents for 6 years?
Number one, every time we try to get them, they are being blocked and obstructed. Number two, we have not been able to prove that you keep them for 6 years. So I don't trust you. You're a liar. You don't comply with school code. This is a school code.
Was that an adjective or a noun you just called me?
What's that?
Is that an adjective or a noun?
Which one?
Liar.
The way you're acting? Right?
No, I'm asking you a question, sir.
It's an adjective. Lie and lie stern.
No, you didn't use it in that tense. So I would watch what you're doing, sir.
Okay, then I'll point out blank call you. Ready? I've known you to be a liar, a complete liar to this public, to the people. You took an oath and you said you were going to do things, and then you lied in that oath because you chose not to do them. To me, that's a liar. So Lion Larry Stern fits. Wicked Wayne Wentz definitely fits. And Steve Holland, who doesn't even look at things before he votes on them, sad, sir. Steve, you really should honor your oath. You have a responsibility. The Auditor General has found you to be unworthy. You should resign, the three of you. But in new business, I'd like us to comply with the record keeping. So since you don't understand the concept of what it means to run a meeting, I'll help you. I make a motion that this district retains all these financial records, including the documents within the bank, for 6 years. Can I get a second on the motion that we will comply with Pennsylvania School Code 518 and give access to the directors so that they can review these records, even in a COVID situation, to make sure that we, as a board, are complying with state laws? Can I get a second for that motion, please? It's just a state law.
Second.
Thank you, Gail. So to be clear, Rebecca, we're looking for the school directors are going to comply with Section 518 and ensure that the board has amicable access to review those records, specifically banking records, as a board, individual member.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments by the board on this action?
I have a question for Mr. Filer, if I may. Do we have our records for 6 years?
I believe we do. The issue that Mr. Bradley is alleging is that he keeps requesting during the lockdown to come into the business office and review thousands of pages of documents. We have repeatedly asked Mr. Bradley, which documents are you looking for? And he says, all of them that are kept pursuant to this statute. He doesn't say what, he never identifies a transaction. He never identifies a vendor. He never identifies a date. He says 6 years, thousands of documents.
So in other words, it's a fishing expedition, usually.
That's a fair characterization of it.
But it's also an accountability and responsibility of every director to ensure that it's there. So when you say which one do you want to look at? Well, first of all, I want to look at why we're paying reimbursements for, say, gas, right? Or who's doing the, I don't know, maybe $1.6 million we give to a STEM program that no one checked. And then once you look at the one, it might lead you to another one. So they should all be within the report. So if you look at, let's say, the electric bill, Rita, and you say, hey, let's take a look at every March electric bill for a 4-year, 5-year, or 6-year period and see if it's changed over a 6-year period, and then see what we can do.
If you would have made that request, we would have gotten it for you.
Excuse me, I was speaking. So
you're making up scenarios that didn't actually occur. I'm not making up
scenarios. I'm saying how it works, right? So this is our responsibility. They're our records under Section 518. The board's responsible for holding them. So the board should have access to spot check them and also be able to check any and all of them that they may find fit once they start looking at them. Most definitely a fishing expedition. Hopefully the auditor found all sorts of things that this district was doing wrong. So if you had 9 people doing their job We wouldn't have to wait for every
The
5
auditors
years.
found two
Wait,
findings, Mr. Bradley.
In addition to
and
those two
everything
findings.
else was fine.
No, ma'am. Sorry. You're in error there. Don't become a liar.
I'm
Read the
always
report.
in error. I live in error according to you. Let's just
You're
go
just
on
naive.
with this.
So the reality is that's what we're looking for. We have a responsibility as a board to hold these records. The fact that we give that responsibility in our protocol to our subordinate administration should not restrict a director, not a citizen, as we're
Then
talking about
ask
under the right to know
specifically
law.
what you'd like
But
to see from
as
Mr.
a
Filer, and I'm
director-
sure he'll give it to you.
As a director, we should have access to ensure that those records are there. And that's the responsibility. And most definitely, that's how it should take place. It should not be spoon-fed. And as a director, a duly elected director, they should not be blocked from that information. Or, as a director, they should not be required to file a right to know that only then goes to Melanie Winhorn, that then goes to Eric Filer, that then goes to not being complied with, and then gets caught in limbo, and then goes to an appeal, and then he hires him to file appeal paperwork for hundreds and hundreds of dollars, just to find
And
out
then
that
you
you're going to
lose the
say,
appeal.
and then he's right. No,
Let's
you don't lose
get
the appeal.
something
The
straight.
appeal
I
is
don't get the
dismissed.
right to know request appeals until after they're at the appeal stage.
Yeah, exactly right. So it gets appealed.
No, that's not exactly right. You just misled the entire board again.
Oh, did I? I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. So
Okay,
after
then
a
we go
person-
roll call
I'm
vote
gonna correct
for
myself.
Mr. Bradley's
So
motion.
After
Barbara, would you please
you
restate
file, after you file for the paperwork, when the district restricts
Mr. Bradley,
you
we
from
don't
getting
need you to
it,
tell our attorney
when the
what
district
the
gets
process
restricted
is.
from getting
You didn't
it,
know what it was. You
then
got
you
it back
file
from
the
the
appeal.
issue. Ms.
Then the
Buckowitz,
appeal
you
comes
restate
back
the
from
motion
the
and-
Office of Open Records. Why are you talking? I'm correcting
Mr.
myself.
Stern,
I thought
there's
you love that.
once the motion is restated, we do have two people who would like to comment on it.
Thank you. Did you restate the motion, Ms. Buckowitz?
I have a motion to retain financial records for 6 years, including bank documents.
I'm sorry, you're missing the part that in accordance with Section 518 of the Pennsylvania School Code, and to give the directors complete amicable access to those records during business hours.
Ms. Bose?
Yeah, I have two questions here. Listening to this back and forth, why would it be Mr. Filer that would get the documents for Director Bradley?
It's not. I think Ms. Valley misspoke.
Well, Mr. Filer misspoke too.
No, he would get the request, and then that request would be forwarded to us if there was a document that is needed.
Okay, because I filed a request for the free bids on Mahoning and East Penn, and nobody could find them. So yes, there is an issue with keeping documents, or at least filing them correctly.
And the list, Barb, you've got to remember the list goes on. You got the appraisals. There's documents. You got this
Mr. Bradley,
memorandum
can
of
you please let
understanding
Ms.
that's
Bose
missing.
speak?
You got the. I'm answering
Please
her.
allow Ms. Bose to speak.
Because you also got the memorandum of understanding. Don't forget, Barb.
So I'm not forgetting anything, Dave. I forget very little. But the thing is, there is an issue, at least in some instances, with the retention of documents, and that needs to be corrected so that when someone does request them, they are available. The pre-bids for Mahoning and East Penn are a financial record, and they should have been retained for 6 years, and they should be accessible. That's all I'm saying, that maybe, I mean, it's just got to stop. It has to be available. They have to be accessible. That's it.
Ms. Bowman?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I know the records have been kept in the back central office for at least a minimum of 6 years. Even when I worked, if I needed anything, they were always back there financially, and the business office was very good with that. Hopefully they're still there. If not, maybe they have been moved, but we have always had that practice in place. Thank you.
Mr. Stern, no other comment?
I'll read the motion again.
And I'll
Motion
make
to
one
retain
comment. Sorry.
financial records for 6 years, including bank documents, in accordance to School Code 518, and give directors access to documents during business hours.
And just please add the adjective amicable access. And whereas Ms. Bowman apparently had amicable access, we have been blocked from amicable access as school directors duly are directed. And it's because of our superintendent that took a very obstinate view of who owns those records. Thank you. When it's clear in 518
My comment
that it's
would
the
be
board owns these records.
The director needs to be an amicable person and actually have consideration for people.
Oh, I'm very
Maybe
nice.
by then,
I'm very nice when they're
that
going to
person
follow the
would
law,
have,
Larry. Larry, I'm very nice
ability
when
to
you follow
have
the
it,
law.
the
It's when you're
ability to
lying.
meet with people individually. No one wants to meet with you to go over the documents, Mr. Bradley. That's the main issue. If somebody else wants to come in and look at them, I bet they can do it. But you and your past practice have caused your reputation to precede you and not allow folks to be willing to meet with you.
And I love it because the law says we need to. Thank you. And I'm not going to be a pushover like all the other rubber stampers that blindly trust the administration. We're going to look at this and
Okay,
make sure that the
say
district
what you like, but,
complies with the board policy. That's the goal. But yeah, thanks, Larry, for adding it in.
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Well, I support keeping records for 6 years, and I believe that it sounds like we do, and I've always found that we do. I have some reservations about Mr. Bradley's definition of access, because I've sat and watched for years as he asks for something and then when it's given to him insists that it's not enough. So on this particular motion, I need to vote no.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
I'm in agreement with what Nate just said. And again, I would have to vote no. Thank you.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes, and I can't believe that those two people said no to something that is law.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
I'm also going to vote no, not because we don't observe the law. We do keep the records for 6 years. As Nathan said, I object to Mr. Bradley going in there anytime he wants. And along those lines, I'm going to read something. On June 25th of 2018, from the minutes, Mr. Bradley stated, I'd like to commend the Finance Department and Mr. Fike for keeping such a diligent job by being fiscally responsible per year. I was amazed that when we inspected the books that he actually tracks things within the budget and tries to keep them within that budget. He'll even separate a bill depending on which month or which day has more dates straddling the end of the year. Commendable. Thank you. Now, I have 2 comments on that. First, anybody who does bills knows that that's standard procedure. That does not have to be commended. And second of all, who is the we that looked at the books? And if they looked at the books, how come they didn't find any problems? Because according to Mr. Bradley, we've had problems for years, and this was on his watch.
Thank you, Rita. You are correct. And I did say that, and I'll stand by every word. And I think I'm so glad you read it out loud. So yes, the documents that were provided to us were accurate. And if you read that statement one more time, you'll realize that the business manager was trying to hold the board accountable, and the board who has this responsibility.
You can change anything the way you want, Mr. Bradley.
Yeah, I let you speak. My turn. So the board
But this was my vote. My vote's over.
I know, but the board has the responsibility to hold the administration accountable.
Mr.
And when
Wayne
the
Wentz?
board failed, when the board failed to do it, regardless of the number of times that we went to the board to do it, that's the failure. And
Ms.
that's
Joy
the
Beers?
problem. Even after they were warned by both of us, the business manager
I think
and
Barb Bose pointed out 2 instances where documents were not kept.
Mr. Larry Stern,
No.
5-4 motion denied.
Okay, I'm going to try again. I make a motion that David Bradley has, as a director, David Bradley has the right to go inspect the records under Section 518 of the Pennsylvania School Code to ensure that that code is being complied with and that access to be an amicable access. Can I please get a second for that motion? Please. Make them vote down that David Bradley can't look at these documents. I mean, I'm off the board in November anyway, right? I'm not doing a second term. So can I please get a second on the motion that David Bradley should have access under Pennsylvania School Code 518 to inspect the records as a duly elected director? Thank you. Please.
Sure, I'll second that.
God bless you, Joy. Thanks. Let's make them railroad me. I want them to vote, like Rita says, that we're not going to have access to reviewed financial documents as individual directors, and we're going to have to continue to file tens of thousands of dollars worth of right to knows just to make sure that this administration that didn't do its job and this board that didn't hold them accountable will start to hold them accountable. I love it. Thank you. And if they vote it down, we get to go to court. And no, Larry, that's not a threat. That's just an advice of not neglecting the law, sir.
I just want to go on record. Board members do have the right to review documents of the district. However, if Mr. Bradley would tell me what documents he's looking, or tell Melanie what documents he's looking for to prove that 6 past years of documents have been kept, I'm sure she would get them for him. But when you make blanket requests for tens of thousands of pages of documents, you shut down the business office.
You're so melodramatic. To say, there's the file cabinets, go take a peek, does not shut down the office, okay? I don't need 10,000 documents. I need to review the documents like contracts. Maybe something comes up with contracts. Let's go look at them. Maybe something comes up with payment of the bills. Let's go take a look. Hey, maybe something comes up that I want to see the document, not what my administration's going to decide I get to see prior to making a decision of government, but I want to see the documents that relate to that decision, sir. So that's easy. And if you do the right to know, it takes 5 days for her to probably get it, maybe not, or deny it, 30-day extension, and then failure to comply with that extension and forget to provide them to me. Then I get to say, look, I need these documents. And then the Office of Open Records in that appeal sends a notice to the school. And then you argue that you didn't get a copy so you can start running that meter when Melanie should be able to just handle it. But instead, this takes months. And all this consternation over, there's the, like Gloria Bowman used to have access. There's the file cabinet. This is where we keep our records. Feel free. And make sure that, you can inspect me to make sure none of them leave the office. Whatever you want to do. Put cameras in there. I don't care. The reality is, we should have access to the document as a director, not as an individual citizen filing a right to know. That's way too long of a process, way too much money being wasted, way too much time being consumed.
I said that at the last 4 board meetings.
I know that, and I agree with you, Mr. Filer, but these people don't listen to those things. They listen to the other things you do, like, things that favor them. That's why it's not your fault, right, that we don't want you to be our director. I just want to disrupt them because they are evil, wicked, liars, and fail to follow the law. So we need to disrupt their way of doing business currently, which is silencing the public, blocking information, preventing people from having it. Oops, forgot this one. Oops, lost that one. And we can't have that anymore. We need to have a public government that follows the law. It's such a simple thing. And we're going to continue to do that until they resign. Thank you. Did you open it up to the public, Larry?
Yes, it can be open to the public. Mr. Cleaver, is there any public comment?
Ms. Bose. Ms. Bose?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
The law is the law, the letter of the law is the law, and directors should have access. I don't think legally you can restrict a director because you don't like his personality. That's all I'm saying. And just for clarification, or actually a little bit of information, I did request to sit with the previous business administrator and go over some documents, and she refused my request, said she didn't have time. I didn't pursue it, but that did happen. So it's not just Director Bradley. And that may change in the future depending on who we hire. I don't know. Done.
Thank you, Barb.
Ms. Bowman?
Yes, I agree that, you know, all board members have the right access to the financial documents, but there has to be some kind of procedures and protocol in place. And I believe that's where the issue lies. So, and it has to be complied with. I mean, you can't just pop into the school and say, hey, I want to see the last 2018 bills. You know, you can't do that. So there's got to be some kind of procedure and protocol so things run smoothly for people to be able to review those said documents. Thank you.
Ms. Bowman, can you please describe how you had access to these documents in the past?
Ms. Shaner?
Ms.
Mr.
Bowman,
Shaner?
can you please unmute
Yes.
Ms. Bowman and let her speak? I asked a question of her.
Mr.
She's one of our
Shaner?
constituents.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I think Ms. Bowman that just spoke had a great idea. I think the board should work with their solicitor to come up with a process that would be amicable, and the public should be able to hear what that process is, and then you should vote on it. Like a great idea that she had. Thank you.
Ms. Bowman? Ms. Bowman?
I have no other comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stern? No other comments.
To Mr. Shaner's reply, this was actually passed back in February, and we're trying to redo it because we have not been able to have amicable access, repeatedly requested, with appointments, in advance, and blocked. So I'm so glad that it's republished onto the agenda again in advance of the court hearing related to neglect of Pennsylvania school code. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Karpowicz, please.
Motion to grant Mr. David Bradley the right to inspect the records under PA School Code 518 as a duly elected director. Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Again, just without clarity and specificity, it's a no for me.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
No.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik? Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
Again, I'm a no, but only because there will be no rules. If we can get together and come up with a process that would take care of this, that would change my mind. But for now, I'm a no.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
I also agree with Rita and what Mrs. Bowman said, so it's also a no.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belt?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Abstain.
4 for 1 abstention. Motion carries.
Let's try again.
Motion fails.
Let's try again. Well, it shouldn't fail or pass just because you have 4-4. It's who decides whether it's a pass or fail. I'm going to try again to try to encourage a compromise for Nathan. Same exact motion, right? However, we're going to put the stipulation on it that 1 hour per week at a time denoted and available by the administration. So he gets to pick the hour, and all the board members can attend that hour to review documents together if they wish, or individually. But at least 1 hour per week set aside that the directors can have access to these documents to look at whatever they decide they want to look at and find to review. So we can
Mr.
look at things
Filer,
like,
wouldn't that motion that Mr. Bradley just came be against the school code for number of board members in one area?
up to. So let's do 2 hours so that if you can balance them. So that way we can do it. Great idea, Mr. Cleaver. Thank you for the compromise.
I just
I'll
want
go with
to
2 hours. I'll go with 2
Mr.
hours.
Filer, no,
two
Mr.
individual
Filer,
hours.
could you just please answer that if that motion that
It
Mr.
would not,
Bradley
because you're just
was
not discussing
offering was
board business,
not,
sir. You're not discussing board business, so it doesn't matter. But
Mr.
to make
Filer.
it easy,
please.
Why don't we do this? I'll make a motion.
As long as they're not deliberating or conducting any board business, or as long as there's not a majority of the board there, you probably would not run afoul of the Sunshine Act.
but let's just do 2 hours. So you can pick 2 hours throughout the week, and then that way you can balance it. We'll say who can make which hours, and then they can divvy it up. That's perfect. I love that idea. Great compromise. Can we please hear that motion in a second, please?
Again, I just want to come back to the question, as Mr. Fowler said, what information will you be requesting? Because it'll take time to get that information around for those hours that you are requesting.
No, sir. Just 2 hours. Have access to allow.
What
the
are you
person to come in.
requesting?
Exactly right. Yeah, to come in, we're requesting access to the board document. Let me read. Maybe if you
Access
read
to what?
Here, I'll read it for you. Ready?
For example, Mr. Bradley, you're not going to have access to come through the administration office when there is private and information that may be, in areas.
Most definitely. That's why we're going to let you schedule it, sir. So here's what you got. Ready? Every board of school directors shall retain, that's every board of school directors shall retain as permanent record of the district the minute book, annual auditor's report, each annual financial report, and then here it comes, all other financial records of the district, including financial account books, orders, bills, contracts, invoices, receipts, and purchase orders shall be retained by the district for a period of not less than 6 years. Records may be retained as recorded or copied in accordance with Pennsylvania 53, chapter subsection F. So simple. You're picking 2 hours in a week. You're saying, who wants to come in on Tuesday at 4 o'clock and who wants to come in at Friday at 7 o'clock, whatever. Pick your 2 hours. And then we'll sign up, make sure no more than 5 are ever there. And I don't think you'll have that as an issue. And then you'll have access. And after you go, we'll say, hey, let's do electrical. Let's do contracts with mechanical contractors. Let's do whatever. And each week you'll have a little bit of a step forward. And you don't have to be there. You don't have to pull them out in advance. Just say, hey, where do you keep the electric bills? And the lady says, oh, it's right over here. And then you open it up and you put them on a table and you see the trend. You see the changes. You look for opportunities. We have to save some money in this district. We need some oversight as a government board to look for ways to save money. It shouldn't be that hard to do. It's our job. Let us do it. And follow the law. 518. So I was really nice and compromised. We're looking for a second, please.
Second.
And God bless you, Gail.
a motion to set aside 2 hours per week for all board members to review school records.
And it was first by Mr. Bradley, seconded by Gail Mahalik. Is there other questions from the board, please?
Yeah, not school records, isn't it financial records? I mean,
518
school records is another
518.
thing,
518. Rita, come on, read.
which is
read the law.
financial
518.
records.
518. It's physically.
Yes,
written.
518 does not say you get to see them, it just says you have to keep them. So stop saying that to me. But yes, I know we want to see them. Yes, what I'm saying to you is, the motion was school records.
No, 518 records. Ma'am, please listen carefully. I'll read it to you. I'll go really slow and quiet.
Mr. Bradley.
All other financial records of the district, including financial account books, order, right, bills, contracts, invoices, receipts, and purchase
None
orders.
of that are school records. That's financial
no one
records.
said school records. We said 518
Yes,
records.
you did.
518 records. The 518, every board of school directors must retain a permanent record of the district. The minute
I don't want to hear it again, Mr. Bradley.
Why if you can't read, I gotta help you.
I can read, honey.
Oh, then do it. Try. Follow the laws that you swore an oath to uphold and defend.
Let me say the motion again. Motion to set aside 2 hours a week for all board members to review financial records.
Please list it as 518 records, which are financial records, but there's a whole list of them under section 518. We don't want to have any discrepancy. We don't want to have any ambiguity. 518 records.
Correction made.
Thank you.
Motion to set aside 2 hours a week for all board members to review section 518 records.
May I add, Mr. Bradley, that the particular subject matter needs to be identified to the administration in advance, because you say you can go in and let's see the electric bills. Well, somebody's working in there. Maybe they're filing, maybe they're doing something. Take those records out to the boardroom. If somebody wants to see them, if you can decide what you want, take it out and look at it. You used to do that all the time when you first came on the board. But walking into offices and just saying, I want to see all the electric bills, I'm not in favor of that. So would you be open to having the bills that are identified prior put out in the conference room for the board to look at, no more than 4 board members at a time?
I will compromise the no more than 4 members at a time, but the reality is we're seeking records to find out what they are, and by giving them in advance, we have found that our administration has lost some of them. So by not having that in advance would be more trustworthy and accountable to the current administration, where regretfully we've had a problem. So we're trying to correct
Okay, then I'm
that
going to have to be a no on that,
And I know
because
that,
I
and I
am not a fan of someone walking into someone's workplace and demanding
We're not
things
demanding.
without
we're not doing
asking
that.
prior
now
to that.
Now you're being silly. What we're doing is saying, hi.
Yeah, I'm silly. That's okay.
I know
I'm
you're
going to be a
silly.
no, just
You're
so
a
you know.
clown. A clown would be the term, right? It's a circus, and there you are making it a circus. It's very simple. You walk in and you say, I'd like to review the Section 518 records. And if an administration's really cooperative, they might even put them in their own room right on the right-hand side of that administration. Like Mr. Fike would pull them all over there and say, hey, look at all you want. You're good, right? No problem. Nothing to hide. The problem is when we
Yes, and
found
Mr.
things.
Fike was an excellent business manager, wasn't he?
And the problem was when we found things and took it to our board, oh, they buried it.
Yeah,
And that's the problem.
Yeah, he found things.
No way.
No way? Oh, let's look at the Auditor General report, Larry.
That's right. You didn't find anything that was on that
You're
report.
acting as another liar. Same
Here we
with
go.
Mr.
Whatever,
Wentz.
David.
Same with Steve Holland.
I think what we need to do
Most
here.
definitely.
I'm gonna make a suggestion.
Yeah, go ahead. Lion Larry, go for it. What are you going to suggest, Larry? How are you going to block people from looking at the financial documents?
Not going to block them.
How are you going to do it?
Put a procedure together, as Mr. Fowler had suggested, that you provide some specificity to what you want to look at on that day, because you can't have you or any other board member going willy-nilly through the filing system and not putting things back to where they need to be. That would be
we're
a
not
way
putting
to
them back.
get lost.
We're doing it like a library, bud. We're doing it like a library, right? It's retained records, and actually, they're every.
That means you have to
every board of
request
school
something that you want to see.
Directors, hold on. No, you don't. Every board of school directors shall retain as permanent record of the district. So there are records. We're supposed to be the one retaining them, right? And just like a library, you can go into a library, Larry, believe it or not, and like open up a book, you know, like state laws, right? Like Pennsylvania School Code. Look at the book, but you're not the one that puts the book back. At the end of the day, after you looked at it, right? You hand it back to the
So we're going to
librarian,
spend more
and then they
time
put it
and
away.
manpower
Oh,
putting
very
everything
minor.
back
Yeah.
that you're going to
So
rip
for
out.
oversight, in exchange of $3 million being wasted, in exchange of $42 million being consumed on interest, in exchange for students being injured, in exchange for other things that are happening within this district because of lack of oversight, yeah, it's a minor price to pay to follow the law. I think we should follow it. But I'm waiting. You five, go ahead, vote this one down too. I'm loving this. This is like my heyday. Now that I learned how all this system works. Thank you.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
No, he's not trustworthy.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Mr. Cleaver, you are correct, sir. But I am. Or were you talking about me or were you talking about Jonathan? Steve, please make a
I
statement.
believe I was talking about you.
Oh, you were? Oh, because you're the guy in the Auditor General's report that didn't follow the law. And you're calling me untrustworthy? Thank you for the compliment.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
No, because he can't compromise.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
No, if my wife or a relative worked in that office, I wouldn't want them anywhere near him. No.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes, of course.
Mr. Richard Beltz?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley? Mr. David Bradley?
Yep. Yes, most definitely. And Larry does, I know Larry's wife works in the district. Wayne, does your wife work in the district? I know we emailed to her. How about your relatives? How many do work in the district, Wayne? Do you want to answer that question since you brought it up?
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
No, for me also, as I've just watched Mr. Bradley's interpretation of statements and plans like these run totally awry of what anyone else understood it to mean.
Mr. Larry Stern?
Abstain.
4-4, 1 abstention. Motion failed.
What makes you think that it fails when it's 4-4? Just, let's try this. I'll try it one more time. One more time. I make a motion that we restrict David Bradley. Hold on, I'm going to try this one. I make a motion that we restrict David Bradley from having any access to any of the financial records inside the district.
It's Mr.
You're going to have that fail 4-4? Hold on, are you going to have that fail 4-4?
This is ridiculous.
Are you going to have that fail 4-4 that I restrict Mr. Bradley from access to the 518 documents? What do you think, guys? What's the difference? It's how you wrote it. You can't say that it failed at 4-4. Larry's abstention removes him from the thing. He doesn't have right because his wife works at the district. I get it. It's wrong. But you need to give access. Mr. Filer, please identify whether or not a motion written in the negative or written in the positive passes or fails based on a 4-4 vote. You're making stuff up again.
I'm not making stuff up. There was no majority vote by the board. The board vote doesn't carry.
Cleaver?
Yes, thank you. As previously discussed, we did have some discussions with our bus contractor. I know there has been some discussion about in-town busing. There was a request for the cost for in-town busing. And if you would look at the rates of the busing schedules that we have, it would be for a full run, AM and PM, a new run, it would be required, would be $226 a day. And that would be equivalent to three runs. And that would be every day. That's what that cost would be. And also be require Mr. George to hire additional bus drivers as well. In contact with Mr. George, what we would like to do, because of the timing of the middle school and elementary runs, there is an opportunity for 3 buses in the AM only, this would be, to go and make a loop through the several of the students that are in town and designate possible bus stops. Now, this is just for the morning. He does have the opportunity to do that. We would have to set up some parameters, however, to find out exactly how many students would take advantage of this. But in the event that this is something the board would permit us to move forward, we can do that. And Mr. George has discussed that it would cost the district $50 additional a day, only because those current buses are readily available. So it'd be $50, and then we would set up locations through the town for in-town busing. This is AM only. The PM, it's not feasible at this time, but the AM is something that we feel we can make work.
I make a motion that we move forward with busing all the students at the $4,520 rate that I believe you mentioned, $226 a day by roughly 20 days a month.
That would be per run, so that would be each run. And we've had 3 runs that were there. And
Okay,
again,
so-
that money is not currently in the budget.
So let's go down this path for a second. So that's $4,520 times 3 is what you're saying, correct? For a total of $13,560.
Per day, that would be.
Say this one more time. So
I'm
that we
sorry,
can-
it's
Yeah, you should be
226,
sorry.
it would be $226 per run per day. But I don't know that currently with the structure that it is even possible for that to be accomplished with Mr. George.
So one more time, $226 times 3 runs times 20 days. Am I correct?
That is what, yes.
Okay, so that's $13,560. Why you didn't put this on the agenda and why you didn't put this in the thing and make it an enclosure so that everybody can review it and have a discussion so we can meet and take input from our stakeholders prior to this meeting? That's one
Mr.
of the
Bradley, we
malfeasance
just
problems.
have the information that was presented, and it's also, there's
I've
more
seen-
to it. I do not have all the information.
I
It's an
understand, but you have-
opportunity for
But
us.
you do have, hold on, but you do have some. You had it for more than today, I hope.
But if I only gave you partial, you'd be after,
you
our
think.
subordinate administration for
Oh,
not giving you all the
definitely. Yeah,
information.
you got to do your whole job. I would definitely agree with that. I am a stickler in that respect. But it still says $13,560 a month to protect these students. I think we better protect the students with the $13,560 than we do spending more than $13,000 on our solicitor fighting amicable access to documents that are required to be given to a director under the law, and just give them to the directors that they don't have to ask for a right to know. It's ridiculous that a director would have to go down the right to know path just to do his job and act with fidelity and make informed decisions, especially when $3.2 million was wasted on a contract that this board failed to oversee. And Steve Holland, Wayne Wentz, and Larry Stern failed to do their job.
Mr.
$3
Stern, I have no
million.
further comment. This
$3 million.
This
$3 million.
discussion.
Bradley.
But anyway, so I make a motion. Hold on, I make a motion. Here you go.
We have a discussion before you make a motion?
Nah, I'm ready to go.
No, it's not the
late.
David
I'm ready
Bradley
to go.
show.
I
The
make
thing
a-
is,
yeah, I know,
we
but
don't
I
know
make-
when Mr.
you
Mr.
could-
George can even do this.
You're good.
If
You're
you
good.
say
I
you're
talked
gonna
to
make a
him.
motion, then you gotta know that somebody can do it.
I talked to him. So I make
Oh,
a
yeah,
motion.
you did talk to him. I
Yes,
know
did.
you talked to him.
I talked to him today. I make a motion that we spend the
And I don't think you
$13,560.
got the answers
Excuse me.
that you're gonna try to portray.
Excuse me.
He doesn't have the drivers.
Excuse me. I would like to make a motion that we pay the $13,560 to protect the students in this community. Can I get a second that we bust the students in this community? It is 70 times safer, not 70%.
This is
70
Rusty. I'll
times
second that.
Thank you, Rusty.
My comment on this would be, I would like us to know exactly what we're doing. You're making a motion to spend money without even knowing if Mr. George can do it. If I did something like that, Mr. Bradley, you'd be all over me. So I don't think this is something that should be done until we get all the facts. Now, I'm sure you don't agree with that, and that's fine. You can get out your poison pen and make sure you have your YouTube thing ready, but you're saying something. You want us to do something that if we would say to you, you would be appalled. So stop, just stop. I have no problem getting information on this. I would like Mr. Cleaver to pursue it, but you're jumping in with your motions without anybody else in the community having a chance to hear it. That's enough of that.
Well, they have to get the.
Now, one thing I would like to.
Hold on, Mr. Cleaver, stop muting me. Hold on.
George, is a timeline of number one.
We have the information. Hold on. I was
Can
talking
talk,
and Mr.
Bradley,
Cleaver
or
muted
not?
me. Well, he muted me. I was talking and then he put it up on the screen.
Can you listen, please?
I'll let you talk.
No
I'm
one,
sure I have a chance to
Mr.
retort
Bradley,
back
no
to
one muted you.
I got muted. It's on the screen.
Yourself.
I
Stop
have
making it
covered.
up.
Go ahead. You go first. I'll be patient. Thank you.
Mr. Cleaver, first, and I think we need to walk on this before we run on it. What kind of timeline could it be for Mr. George to get at least the morning pickup with these 3 buses for these students in the town or within the borough confines, should I say?
We would be able, with the current setup that he has in the current structure, we would hopefully be able to set that up for as soon as November, the first week in November, because it would be just notifying those students that they would have AM access only. And the only reason it could be a quick turnaround for that is that his current structure allows for that possibility.
Okay, so that could be step one of getting the solution moving. At least they would get it in the morning. There would have to be organization of where the stops would be, and people would have to be able to get their, they're not really that close to get the kids to the stop. So that's at least better than walking out to the elementary center, correct?
Yes, that would be an option in the morning. We could, and like I said, the afternoon, currently we do not have that option with our structure.
Okay, now, I think the next thing would be to propose to, which we'd have to come back to the board with, of course, propose if Mr. George sets up the scenario of when he could possibly do the entire 3 runs or whatever that we had prior, and how long that would take to implement, and what could he do or could he not do it? That's what I think we need to know. So it's part of, we're going back and forth. I think we need to walk before we run on it. I think we need to take what he has offered to be able to do the $50 a day to get morning runs for these kids and get them into school, as he can evolve his plan to see if he can actually do something better and figure out a way that we can possibly do something in the PM.
This is minuscule. It's protection to students. Are you done? I'm sorry. Are you done?
Mr. Bradley, I know protection to the students.
Yeah, so we got to protect the
utmost. But you're trying to have something implemented that we don't know if our provider can do.
Okay. Are you done?
Sure.
Thank you. I have a motion. Second, we should let the public speak, but at the same time, we should recognize that as a contractor, that's his job, his responsibility. I trust Leon George. I know he can do it. It's not that hard. Okay? He'll find a way. He cares about these students more than apparently you guys do. And as far as walk before you run, you're forcing these kids to walk. We need them to be driven to school. It is only common sense that you should be doing this. The fact that you guys are playing this game is embarrassing. I mean, you have special meetings to hire buddies. You have special meetings to do things. Yet you don't have any special meeting. Transportation was an issue. It's been an issue. We asked for a special meeting to have this conversation. Nobody got the number until this week. And it's so small that you guys are fighting over it, saying you don't know what you're doing yet. Insanity to watch. The lack of common sense and professionalism, right? You guys wasted millions of dollars. And you're not protecting the students. You're hundreds of thousands of dollars for sports transportation. And you're not driving kids to school. It's an embarrassment. You need to resign, Larry. I mean, you just need to go and stop being a board member. 10 years of not following the law, lying to the public. It's wrong. You got to end it.
So I have a motion to spend $13,560 to protect the students by busing them to school.
Thank you, Rebecca. Wonderful job. Really appreciate it.
It's a complete reinstatement, Mr. Bradley, so this will be through the end of the school year. You want to put parameters around it.
No. We protect our students in Lehighton, I hope.
What's your answer?
Question.
Repeat your question. Repeat your question, Larry. What was your question?
Weren't you listening? Were you trying to? I'm saying, is there any parameters around that? That 13,000, that's a month, not to exceed 13,000 a month. Is that?
Yeah, it's a month. We already talked about that.
Not to exceed whatever for the year.
No. Mr. Cleaver already provided us a proposal.
See, now you're talking over me and you can't even listen.
Oh, sorry, sir. Go ahead. You go first.
There was no proposal presented. Thank you, Mr. Bradley. There was no proposal. It was the cost.
There was the cost. Yeah, the cost proposal was 3 runs a day, $226 a day.
That's not a proposal. Where the stops and all that information would have to be part of it. Where are you going to, divide the line of where students are going to walk from? Are you going to bus a kid if they wanted to get a bus on, from a block from the school? I mean, so those are the details we would have to figure out and present to the board.
Do you understand what your job is, sir? I got to ask the question because obviously Larry's pretending he doesn't know what we're trying to do. Rita's trying to pretend that she doesn't know what we're trying to do. It's pretty straightforward. We bust them last year, and we need to bust them this year. The fact that you guys completely wasted the money, screwed it up, and are spending money obstructing information and spending millions of dollars for things we don't even get, that didn't even do, and interest payments, and yet we're not protecting the students? Shame on you. Shame on both of you. So Larry, rest of the year, 226 times 3, daily runs. Let's get these kids bused to school where they're safe. The thought that you're even arguing over this against me tells me I should have probably said not to do it, just so you guys will do it, just so I can get these kids protected.
The reason I'm asking for some clarity is we're
you're looking for clarity. Yeah, that's good.
Mr. Bradley, can you please stop?
No, because you're a liar.
No, I'm not a liar. I'm asking for clarity on it because the last time it was brought up, that Gail Mahalik brought it up, which was a good idea for the winter months.
Get the kids protected, Larry. Do that. Make me happy. Give me one win, Larry. Protect these students.
Clear, I have nothing further.
Question. Do we have the finances to do the morning runs?
The morning runs for all 3 runs would cost an additional $50 a day.
For the 3 buses?
For the AM, yes. Total of $50 to do the mornings. Because they wouldn't have to hire drivers. They could do it currently with the structure they have.
And yet, until we force this question,
Yes.
we didn't get that answer. $50
I need you, Mr. Bradley. Thank you.
You're embarrassing me, Steve. You're embarrassing me. $50 a day. You didn't even know that answer until today, and we couldn't have done that. You don't have $50 a day to protect students, Steve. You're now getting involved. You got your athletic guys bust, Steve. Right? You don't care about the rest of the students. Shame on you.
Public comment, Mr. Cleveland?
I'm confused. Is it $226 per run per day or $50 a day?
The $226 per day would be for additional runs above and beyond what we currently have. So you would need 3 bus drivers, 3 additional buses to have those runs. The $50 a day is currently using the 3 buses that arrive at the elementary early enough that could swing back through in town in the morning to do a pickup of students if they wish to have transportation in the morning.
Okay, well, thank you for the clarification. clarification. Now, as far as the rest of it goes, you didn't have the $800,000 in the budget either. If I remember correctly, the pertinent document on the $800,000 motion to bus most of the students said that the board had to recognize it would cause a deficit.
That is correct, yes.
But considering that you paid out last month, or this month, you're going to pay this month, more than $417,000 for cyber school, I'd say it's kind of a no-brainer. It would have been cheaper to bus everybody. Certainly you would have lost some students to cyber because of the virus or the fear of the virus. But I don't think you'd be paying as much as you're paying out now, which we sure as heck can't afford. All right, thank you, though. That's clarification. I think you need to get some hard and fast numbers, and I think the motion should be that you look into it and come back, perhaps hold a special meeting when you have the hard and fast numbers and how we're going to pay for it. Thank you.
I do have Walter Zumzovich requesting, but it says he has an older version of Zoom. He's using an older version. So I don't know that.
It's my understanding, Mr. Cleaver, that if it wasn't updated, it's possible he may not be able to get in. Zoom is one of those things that requires updates when the time comes. There was a memo out on that not too long ago.
Okay. And Mr. Kemmer? Mr. Kemmer?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with what Larry had mentioned earlier. The $50 a day is a no-brainer for the morning, and then just roll with it until Mr. George could accommodate the drivers, and then at that point see what the breakdown would be. But I think that the morning session is definitely a step in the right direction, and I'm sure the rest will follow shortly. End of comment.
No other comments, Mr. Stern.
I'll make one. Fred, I appreciate that, but I'm sure Mr. George can handle it. He can find a way. I'm sure the community will step up and find a way. Let's give them the authority to do it, and let's make sure we protect these students. I think every day that we don't do this, we put our students at higher risks. And to let this feckless board do death by committee when it's time to protect our students is a shame. And that's one of the reasons that the next three motions will have holding these people accountable, because currently they are not being held accountable. But let's stop the feckless board from doing death by committee. Get this thing approved. Let's protect the students. We'll take care of it. We're your government. We're here to help you.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Hopefully you can hear me. My question is, are we going to go back to Mr. George and ask him to look to hire these three people?
I mean, I would be going back to Mr. George to see what the process would take, and again, to get more clarity on, what would actually be needed if we would do both morning and afternoon runs.
Okay, thank you.
No further comment, Mr. Stern.
Or we can just tell Mr. George, this is what we need you to do, and then have him come back in the event that he can't do it. And I'm sure he will find a way. He's been awesome for this community. And I'm sure that when you make this announcement that he needs qualified people to do the job, they might step up and help him.
Hold on, Mr. Zlomzovich? Hello? Mr. Zlomzovich, can you hear us? Hello? Mr. Zlomzovich? Yeah, I'm not sure, Mr. Stern.
Thank you, Mr. Cleaver. So at this point, we have a motion with a second concerning busing without a date, and we don't know if our provider can do it at this point in time. Roll call vote, Mrs. Karpowicz.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik.
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli.
No.
Mr. Wayne Wentz.
No, when things are worked out, I'll be all for busing, but right now it's, we need a plan.
Ms. Joy Beers.
Yes, when the five want to do something, there's tons of money for it, but when it's for the kids, there's no money.
Mr. Richard Belts.
Yes, $50 a day, let's do it.
No, this is not for the $50 a day, Mr. Belts.
Whatever.
Mr. David Bradley.
Most definitely. We should protect the kids and ask Wayne to resign.
Mr. Nathan Fuller.
Another vague seat of the pants motion. No.
Mr. Stephen Holland.
Answer is no. This is not a viable contract that he's bringing up at this time.
Mr. Larry Stern.
Unfortunately, I have to sentiment the same thing with Steve. We don't have the provider's agreement. We don't have a contract with them to support this, so I'm going to say no.
5-4, motion denied.
I would like to make.
And yet, by the way, Larry,
I'd like to make a motion.
You spent more time.
I'd like to
Hold
make
on,
a motion.
Larry. You spent more
I'd like to
time
make a
on
motion.
this motion to deny it than you did to review the budget.
I want to make a motion.
Yeah,
That
go
we
for it.
contact Mr. George to enact the morning runs at $50 a day, beginning November 1st.
Add in
Work
the afternoon
towards-
runs.
and work
Add in
towards
the afternoon runs as
possibility.
well. I'm sure he'll find a way.
Why do you do it, Dave? Why?
Because you are a
Just
liar.
let me talk.
You're not doing your job. Protect
I am
these
doing my
students.
job.
You've been elected to protect students. 9 years, $3 million. You don't do your job, Larry.
Hey, you were
You're-
on
you're
the
not
watch too.
following
You didn't
the
see
law.
it. You had open book, brother. So
You're not following the
Hey,
law.
This is a spread.
Your wife works for this district, and you can't find $225 a day.
That we
You
contact
can't-
Mr. George to
Larry,
enact.
You're telling me that you didn't call him? I called him.
unlimitedly
We'll
high
make it happen. He'll get it done. We will make it happen. He will get it done. Mr. Stern.
This
we'll
is
make
the
it
first.
happen.
We
We'll
can
get it
have
done.
this for November 1st.
You
Don't
had
know if we
all
can have the
summer
other
to
for
figure this
November
out.
1st. There's
You
not
had
a
all
plan.
summer, and now winter's coming, and you're hiding under freaking. What are you doing? What are you doing, boss?
I want you
You're
to let
running
me make a motion and then criticize me.
Hey, you know
just
what?
want to do
Make
it just
the
for the
motion,
fun of it. Hey,
protect
have
these
at it. You
students.
do it every day in emails
Make-
anyway. It doesn't
make
really
the
matter.
motion
David.
to
You got a
protect the
blanket.
students.
You got a big gun. You sit there and you shoot at everybody.
Good.
Your answer
Make-
is just to go off and do
protect the students.
something without even a contract. But who were you even talking
Protect the
about
students.
earlier without a contract? How can
Protect
you
the
do something without a contract?
Protect the students, sir. Protect them.
Thank you.
Protect them.
My
Morning and
motion is
afternoon
to
runs,
enact
$221, $226 a day. Protect the students.
Second the motion,
Protect
Larry.
the student. Protect the students, Larry. $226. You're telling me you
Hey, go
were
vote it
going to
down.
have
That's all I'm
$50.
gonna say, Dave, okay?
Larry,
No.
Larry,
Need a
please
motion
resign.
and a second. I
Please
made a
resign
motion.
right
I
now.
need a
Just
second
walk
on that
away.
motion.
Walk away. You're horrible. You're horrible. Walk away.
Yeah, second
You,
on that
Wayne
motion.
Wentz, Stevie Holland, just
I
just
gave
walk
a
out.
second, Larry.
Thank you, Mrs. Spinelli. Is there any other comment? Dave, would you like to continue to berate me or not?
Yes, sir. I would love to berate you. You got injured students. You got $50 a day you're trying to squeeze out of this budget to protect students in the morning, but not in the afternoon. Ridiculous. You have hundreds of students that you shunned away from the schools that we paid for as a community to host them. We have the best teachers, and you can't even get the students to the teachers. Your short-sightedness The fact that you lie, your nose is so brown behind this wife's superintendent's boss that you don't even listen to what you're doing. It's October 26th. And if I didn't push for this last month and push for it again today and call Leon and say, hey, did Nathan call you? Did anybody call you? Yeah, Mr. Cleaver called me. What was the plan? He's got his own little thing going on. No problem. You got your thing going on, Mr. Cleaver. That's great. I got a job to do, and it's protect these students.
Really did not happen
don't
in that
cut me
fashion,
down.
and I can tell you what, that's the truth.
Mr.
Stop
Larry,
making it up, David. Stop making it up.
Larry,
David,
we got a
stop
responsibility.
making it up. I'm not going to stoop to your level. I'm done with you.
The only person that talked to Mr. George was Mr. Cleaver, and he's untrustworthy. We have a job to do. I then called, and I'm telling you,
Vote
we
it
have a job
down.
to
That's
do.
all I can say. I got a motion in a second.
I know.
Any other
And the
comments from
reality
anybody
is,
else on the board?
the motion sucks. You got to protect these students.
Hey, that's real professional, Mr.
Yeah, well,
Brown.
you suck because you're not
That's real
protecting these students.
Oh, okay. Keep going.
And
Keep
yeah,
bringing it
no,
out.
and
Let's go.
Wayne sucks.
Let's
He
go,
definitely
let's go.
sucks. So does
There you
Steve.
go.
Steve
It's
doesn't
all
even pay
public
attention to
record,
what's
just so
going
you know.
on. You guys suck. You got to protect these students. The fact that you're
How
hiding
about-
behind some.
How about comments from the public?
Is there any way, get a napkin and wipe off your nose and then do the job for the community instead of your wife's boss? Thank you.
Comment, Mr. Cleaver?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes. I can hear you, Fred.
Okay, Rita. Larry, this is a great step. And I know it's a small step, Dave, but it's a step in the right direction. We have to just keep moving forward. You have no idea, small steps get you to home plate. Just let it happen how it's happening.
Why would wait a second? Why would you think that we should take tiny little steps? Hold on. Why do you think we should, Fred? I ask the question. Why would you think we should take tiny steps to protect students? Should we take all of the steps to protect the students?
I think the small step is the right way to go. We are trying to work within our budget, and I do agree that as time moves on, Mr. George would probably graciously look at things, and we need to look at our revenue sources over the next couple of months. And I would really appreciate if the abuse from Mr. Bradley to other people would please just stop so we can accomplish things as a school board for our community.
We need to protect the students, Gloria. When you were on the board, you did not protect the students enough. You got to protect the students. First thing's got to be done. You got to protect the students. You don't vote to let people resign in advance of their arrest.
I'm sorry. I'm done.
You can't. You got to protect the students. We have a job to do. Let's look back at the minutes. Let's look back at the.
I'm voting yes to do the $50 a day morning run after all of that. I assume that's still the motion?
Yes.
All right, I'm a yes then.
Mr. Wayne Wentz.
Also a yes.
Ms. Joy Beers.
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts.
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley.
Most definitely protect the students. And we should have a special meeting on Friday after Mr. George has been contacted and have another meeting on Friday and get the rest of it done.
Mr. Nathan Fuller.
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland.
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik.
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern. 9-0, motion carries.
Funded director's concerns.
Before we go to that, let's do this motion. I make a motion that we have a meeting on Friday, a special meeting by the board to review transportation after Leon George has been reviewed. Can I get a second on the motion to put in the books a Friday meeting to move this forward? Thank you. That's a compromise, guys. Try it.
I'll second that. Let's have a meeting.
When?
As David said, on Friday,
Okay,
if possible.
about Friday, when you want to have it on Friday?
Noon.
What time at noon, Rusty? What time at noon?
Oh, don't be like that, Mr. Bradley. I asked for specificity on when it would be held. If noon's fine. And if he can't, and if he doesn't have if he can't get the information together by then, well, we're going to have to postpone it. That's all there's going to be to it.
You're so optimistic to protect these students, Larry. Thank you.
Hey, who's giggling?
And Fred, I
don't see
appreciate one
anything
step
funny.
forward. Let's take the second one.
Any further discussion from the board on the board meeting on Friday at noon?
I think there's public comment, Mr. Stern.
I had to ask the board first, Mrs. Snelling.
Okay, okay.
Mr. Cleaver, please let the public comment. Mr. Cleaver, public comment?
Yes, Autumn?
Yes, I'd just like to add that if you do add the morning runs for the buses within the borough, that you contact the police chief so that we can make sure that we have crossing guards at those locations. We did move them this year to other locations within the borough for the walking route, so they may not be at the same spots they were last year for those pickup spots.
Thank you for that information, Autumn.
Yep.
Ms. Bose?
Yes, can I ask you to reconsider the timing for the special meeting? Many of us work during the day and cannot attend. So like if you did it at 7 o'clock Friday night, hopefully it would be a short meeting and then we'd be done. But then more people could attend. That's my comment.
I have no problem with that, Barb.
I got no problem with that, Barb. Great idea. I'm so glad we had public comment. And Autumn, I'd like to thank you very much for the cooperation and getting behind the idea of helping protect these students. Thank you. Great job.
I have no
Anytime
problem
Friday's
with
good with
changing.
me.
I have no problem changing it either, but I doubt that it's going to be a short meeting. None of them are.
They'd be a lot shorter if you had access to the information so you can make informed decisions. And you give that information to the public prior to the meeting so they can review it and you can get stakeholder input prior to making that decision.
Yep, way to deflect, Dave. Way to deflect.
It's not deflection, it's called responsibility, fidelity, sir.
How about I make a proposal here?
Hold on, it's part of the oath. It's part of the oath.
Are we
How is
stuck
that
on
deflecting?
Friday or should we just go to Monday at 7?
Oh, stop lying, Larry.
Should we just go to, I'm asking you to change the date to Monday at 7.
Yeah, Monday.
Leon, we can get it together. It gives everybody a chance to, Friday night at 7 o'clock isn't an opportunity time for anybody to have a meeting.
Individuals Friday night too, with the events taking place, you probably have better attendance for the meeting for people at 7 o'clock. I'm not sure if, our game is home or away that evening, but I know a lot of people do attend events on Friday evenings.
I believe the schedule right now is football's away at North School, so that's all I know. But anyway, I think Monday at 7 is a much more amicable time for everybody to attend than Friday at 7.
Monday
Okay,
at
Mr.
7
Bradley?
work.
Mr. Bradley? Will you accept my proposal?
No, I think it sucks. You should do this on Friday. Football's important. I agree. An hour tops. You should have the information. You meet in a meeting.
You gotta
You
be
only need five of
absolutely
them.
kidding
You only
me. An
need-
hour meeting with you?
You only
No
need
way.
you only need 5 of them. You only need 5 board members. They have to sew up and say, you know what? Yeah, Leon got it done. Let's make it happen. That's all you got to do. Do it on Wednesday. I don't care. Do it today. I tried doing it today. You guys are fighting. You're fighting against rational thought. You're going to now quibble over Friday or Monday. Sure.
So what's wrong with
compromise.
Monday? You're
Monday it
piddling
is.
over it.
Monday it is. I won't. But I just wanted to make my point that you guys suck. You don't respect that you have students that you're trying to protect. And you just divert and problems. It's an oath, Nathan. It's busing, Larry. 70 times safer. You're fighting over
Can we
it?
please allow Mr. Kemmer to speak? He's been very patient.
And very helpful, too. Thank you, Mr. Kemmerer. Please, join in.
Whatever date works for you guys, I think that once again, as long as we could build it into the budget and Leon has exact numbers for us by Monday and we could make it work, I think this is for the better. End of comment. Thanks for the compromise.
Mr.
No
Cleaver,
other comment at this time.
Mr. Cleaver, just out of curiosity, this is Nathan. Do you have a rough idea how many students are walking to school on an average day?
It's hard to say. I have talked to the chief several times. I will say it's a lot less than what we were anticipating. I just, people probably adapted and been able to, get other means of transportation that come to school. But I don't have an exact number. I do not have that.
Thank you.
You're talking about 50 cents a person, maybe 65 tops, right?
Ms. Markowitz, could you restate the motion, please?
This is what I have. Motion to have a special board meeting on Monday, November 2nd at 7 p.m. after Mr. George has been contacted.
Motion and a second.
So moved, Wayne.
Mr. Bradley and Mr. Belts, right? Correct?
That is correct.
Roll call vote, Mrs. Markowitz?
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
Yes.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes?
Mr. Richard Belts,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
Yes.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
Yes.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern,
Yes.
9-0, motion carries.
Baby steps, right? I make a motion that in the event that financial becomes an issue for the busing on Monday, that we pull it from athletics. Thank you. Can I get a second on that motion? Football town.
You wouldn't know.
Go ahead, Wayne. Wait till the next 2 motions. You're good. Go ahead. Come on. Show me what you got, brother. Show me what you got.
A lot more than you.
Can we, Mr. Bradley, can you please stop with the comments and things? Again, it's a public meeting. Please,
Mr. Cleaver,
I know it's
show up to
difficult,
a
but
meeting
show,
with information so we can
some
actually have a
respect,
real
please.
meeting. How about you have people accountable to the law? How about we decide to make sure that we don't waste $3 million on contracts that people are signing without even reviewing them? How about we
Motion
make sure that
fails
we
for
don't
lack of
waste
second.
time on the financial documents when we can't even see them? So yeah, if you don't want me to chastise,
Director's
rebuke,
concern.
or censure for these people, that makes sense.
Number 1, motion by and seconded by for the government board to reprimand all parties that neglected their duty under the PA school code as documented in the attached auditor general report. Need a motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
I know we said it a lot this meeting, but we can review it again.
I don't think we need to review it. What exactly are you proposing as a reprimand?
Obviously, we need to review it because you don't know. There you go. I think you guys should all
Well,
resign.
I know what your issues are, but what will be the consequence is what I'm asking.
I'm seeking resignations because basically the district did not comply with its own board policy. That's on page 9. So they took an oath of office. The way this process works.
You don't have to tell
I'm
me
gonna
how it
tell you
works,
anyway,
Mr.
Rita.
Bradley. I'm
Rita,
aware of how it works.
I don't think you do,
And I
because you've been
told you
doing the
before, the only way
board
I'm
can't
resigning
vote
is
to
if the
force anybody to
majority
resign.
of the.
Hold on. We're not done. We're to reprimand them. They can decide how they get reprimanded, but let's move on with the subject here. So what happens
That's
is,
not what you
Rita,
said.
hold on a second. What happens here is a community goes to the election poll and elects, votes for people to hold a director's position that in and of itself has an obligation under the Pennsylvania School Code to comply with this code in the state laws and the federal laws. And when they elect those people to do that job, they take an oath to say, I'm going to do that job, right? And then when they fail in that oath repeatedly and found by the Auditor General to have failed in that manner repeatedly, this board should rebuke them. This board should censure them. This board should reprimand them. I'm seeking a reprimand to all parties that neglected their duty under the Pennsylvania school codes as documented in the 2020 audit report. If anyone didn't read it, it says that the board didn't even follow its own
read it.
policies.
You don't need to read it.
I know,
again.
it rubs it into the
Please
wrong. It's like pouring salt on a wound, isn't it? But the salt in the
Any
wound.
other comments from anybody
I
else?
know,
on the
but
board?
it's hold on, wait, guys. The salt in the wound.
Come on now, Dave. You've been beating everything to death tonight.
You would agree, but the reality is, what you're beating to death is the $3 million you're taking from
Why
these
do you
people.
keep talking
The
about it? Let's
$20
just move
million
along.
But the $20 million in interest that you're taking, because you
You
lied to
don't
these
want to
people.
reprimand and you don't want to vote. You just want a platform. That's enough.
And I
Let's
want them
move
to
on.
resign. Yeah, you're right, Rita. I want you all to resign. It's bad. You
I want you to resign.
I did not.
Every
I
tax
was
bill that
not
these
here
people
at the
get.
time. And Mr. Bradley, let me tell you something.
Oh, you
Since
tell me.
March, Mr. Fowler, Mr. Stern, Mr. Cleaver, and myself have been working tirelessly with other agencies, people, efforts, communicating, trying to get everything together for school. We have looked into reducing all our expenses. We have been working tirelessly, and the only thing you have been doing is criticizing. Now, I was not here, Nathan was not here, but since we are here, as long as you, and Nathan even less, we have been doing our job. And that is the last I want to hear you say that. I told you, if you get the majority of voters to get me to resign, I will resign. So far, you haven't produced that. I know you've tried, but you
I
haven't
did.
produced that.
You're horrible, Rita. You're bad. You don't follow the policies. You don't follow the law, right? And then when you go to do something like that, I work really hard, and yet these kids aren't being transported, and it's 70 times safe. And you made decisions, thousands of little decisions that sent
totally
this
out of
district
control,
off
David.
a cliff, man.
Let's just take the vote.
Including
Totally
saying,
out of
let's
control.
push us down the hill a little bit. Let's borrow some more money to fix the financial problems that this district has because Larry, Steve, and Wayne didn't do their job. Hold on, you have people that have a public comment. I'd like to hear.
Kemmerer and Gloria
Yeah,
Bowman
they should
get a
have
chance?
a right to speak.
This motion was on the agenda. It's not.
I
for
know,
public
but I still
comment.
want to hear what they have to say because we have to seek stakeholder input, one of our policies that you keep violating. Stop it, Larry. You've been in this district for 10 years. You've ruled it with an iron fist. You've created me. I am here, and I am not going anywhere. I'm going to apply the law over you repeatedly. And I really hope you recognize that I can yell at you, but at the same time, just want lawful compliance. You really need it. It's not bipolar. It's just using my inside voice to say, Larry, walk away. 10 years, man, you screwed over this community over and over and over again. How do you look at yourself in the mirror? There's no shame.
David.
Wayne, same thing. Steve. No. This is right. 10 years we've told them this. They knew
Mr.
it.
Adair?
They did it anyway.
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belt?
Abstain.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
I said yes.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
Did you get my vote, please?
No, because complete
I
lack.
did.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Nathan Fuller,
No, due to lack of clarity.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
No.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik.
Yes, and David, I would like you to explain to people why you're so upset about the $3 million. You keep saying $3 million, but you never explained how that all came about.
Oh, sure. Thanks, Gail.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli.
We'll do it on the next one.
No, for lack of information.
Mr. Wayne Wentz.
No.
I still think we should listen to the public. That's one of our responsibilities under LASD policy. It's not an obligation to block them from having a conversation.
Please answer my question, David.
Okay, I didn't get a
Gail,
first or a second.
to be in protocol, I'm going to wait for the next motion to get motioned, and if you second it, then we'll have that conversation, but I didn't want to take it out of context. But I'll be glad to.
Okay.
Under number 3, I need a motion and a second for the government board, our board with responsibility for oversight, to hold the subordinate administrator accountable to directives of the board.
So Larry, you missed number 2. Can you please
Get a motion in a second, Dave.
Please do number 2. Thank you. Number 2.
There was no motion in second.
I'll make the motion. I'll make the motion. I'll make the motion that the government board to reprimand the parties that continue to neglect the warnings presented in the Auditor General reports of 2020 and 2015.
Motion.
Can I get a second on that?
Lack of second on it.
Wait, I made the motion. You jumped ahead. You were being rude.
I did not jump ahead. I didn't get a motion or a second. I moved along on the agenda.
Oh, sorry. Let's try it again then. You made a mistake. Let's fix it.
Mr. Stern, you're running.
Number 2, please.
Do I get a motion and a second on number 3?
I'll take number 3. Number 3. Motion in a second. Thank you.
Second.
Who? Motion and a second. Who?
I'll motion David Bradley. Second is Gail Mahalik.
Second.
Moving ahead there, Larry. Moving ahead.
Okay, got a motion by David Bradley, a second by Gail Mahalik. For the government board, our board with responsibility for oversight, to hold the board and administration accountable to directives of the board.
I would like to hear from the public and seek their input, which is one of our policies. Can you please give the floor to Fred, Gloria, or Brian? And Gail, I'll answer your question after they get this chance to speak. They should go first. Are you going to provide under policy 011, are you going to provide the community with access to their government?
As our policy is, Mr. Bradley, if it's on the agenda, they need to address it.
I know, but see, that's the difference.
No, that's our policy.
I know that.
If I go against that policy, then I'm breaking the law, so I can't really do that.
You're not. See, you.
No, I am.
You're not.
I am.
This is why you don't need to be on the board. This is
you
why
have
you should
something
resign.
to say about item number 3, please.
This is why you should resign. So hold on. This is why you should resign.
Thank you very much
because I'm a director. I'm a director, duly elected. I have to make a decision. It should be an informed decision. I see people that might have information that'll help me make an informed decision. I'm going to seek that information under the policy. And I'm not going to violate the other one that says I have to block them from hearing them. I get the chance to hear them. So I'd love to hear from Autumn and Brian and Gloria and Fred. It would add to my constituencies making a decision, right?
You mean to tell me that you made a motion and now you're having a hard time deciding whether to vote yes or no?
No, sir. Not at all. I said that I made a motion and I see people want to add input. It might change the motion. It might add to the motion. It might, you know what it might do? It might finally hold you accountable, Nathan, to listen to these people and realize that when this district takes millions of dollars from them, they're the ones that suffer. Okay? And real quick, I'm going to give Gail her answer. So what happened, community, was the district bought these QZAB bonds, right? They asked for the QZABs as part of the STEM program. And the board was supposed to sign the contract or review the contract or get the contract or authorize the contract. And they didn't really do their job thoroughly. They weren't making informed decisions. And then the superintendent signed the contract, apparently, allegedly, according to the documents that shows that when we reviewed them, that there was a signature and it was his. And the free QZABs cost $3.2 million. And to pay for that, it was shoved under the rug in front of the board. And the board has full responsibility. I am not chastising our superintendent. I'm chastising our board for the lack of oversight of our subordinate superintendent, because even though his signature's on the page, right below where it says we have to pay this millions of dollars, apparently didn't know, unaware, didn't follow the policy, didn't follow school code, and we wasted $3 million and got nothing for it. Got nothing. We actually canceled some of the programs. We were buying 12,000 licenses for STEM programs and stuff that we don't even have that many kids in our district. They didn't do their job, and it cost this district millions of dollars.
$3 million.
3.2, I think it was, by the time it was done, and plus all the other associated stuff. Wasted, lack of oversight, rubber stamping, blindly trusting somebody, and then not looking at it. I mean, and year after year, 5 years.
Didn't someone get a stipend?
Oh yeah, Mr. Cleaver got paid. Right, you're right. I forgot all about that. But that's the board's responsibility to oversee stuff like that. People getting paid to sign contracts.
I really think that he should return that stipend.
It would be nice, but the board would have to do that.
Just for
the board would have to do that.
clarification,
Hold on, Mr. Cleaver, we asked the question, I'm talking.
The stipend was part of the program because you're taking out of context. And yes.
Am I?
Yes, there was an agreement signed. It was presented as a QZAB, but you're also forgetting to recognize is that there was also a business manager's signature on those documents as well.
And he turned down the stipend.
They were presented as a QZAB. They were presented as that information. That was presented.
And he turned down the stipend, but you didn't.
Leadgale, but I'm not going to talk about it.
Yeah, but just for
We're not going
clarification.
to talk about the $3 million that got taken out of the. So wire transfer, December 20. What was it? 24th.
There was no request of the superintendent's
Say
approval.
$1.6 million.
Whoops. Mr. Bradley, will you let a response because you continue? There was no signature. There was no sign off of any transfer from the superintendent. There was no questions brought up regarding the payments from the auditors who do the yearly audit report.
Did you sign the contract?
It was not, Mr. Bradley.
Did you sign the contract?
The agreement was signed, and it was also signed by the business manager.
So the business manager, two subordinate employees signed an agreement?
As it was presented for a QZAB closing date in the amount. It is presented as the QZAB. As was presented on the payment of bills, which we talked about earlier in the meeting, as the QZAB. So yes, that is correct. However, there was nothing brought up to anyone's attention through the auditing process regarding these payments. Also, there was nothing brought up from our auditors to the board when they were being reviewed. It wasn't until Mrs. Denicola came and questioned the information. I did not receive any request for payment for that program. So at the time, there was no reason for me to question how the QZAB or any other documents related to the funds throughout the district. There was no reason for questioning. Nothing was brought up until Ms. Denicola came and brought this attention to the Auditor General. Thank you. No further comment.
I'll make the rest of the comments then. Thank you. I'm glad you have no further ones. So the QZABs, right, that they all thought was free and everything else, and it says in the document that some of the board was unaware. Just do the word search for the word unaware. You have directors unaware. The director, the path. Stakeholders elect directors to oversee the administration. The administration should not go willy-nilly. The administration should not, whether it's the business manager or the superintendent, oversight. The board has a responsibility. You've watched it in tonight's meeting. Wayne, Steve, Larry, Rita, Nathan, right? Rubber stamping, blind trust. blocking other people from just doing the oversight that this Auditor General, and we're talking about 2 reports in consecutive terms, 2015 and 2020, right? And the common language of the Pennsylvania School Code that you have been, as a district, chastised by myself and everyone else in this community that wants to watch the dollars, said, read the law and follow it. And yet you say, well, our solicitor said we don't have to. It's my prerogative, right? You're wasting people's money when you make up your prerogatives and then say, well, I'm following the advice of professionals that didn't do the job either. The $1.7 million was like 2 paragraphs above your signature. Cost money, guys. Things aren't free. Remember a couple months ago, Rita saying, oh, well, this won't cost us anything. We're just going to borrow millions of dollars and it's not going to cost anything. Oh, honey, it's the naivety of you guys. You need to have 2/3 majority so that somebody else besides the 5 that are feckless and fail to understand how to read English, right? And follow the law. You need 2/3 majority.
Thank you, David. Roll call vote.
Not thank you. Why are you cutting me off, Larry? I'm not done. I'm still telling you about how
you're
you cost these students all their money, buddy. $3 million, Larry. How are we getting it back?
Thank you, David. Thank you, David. Thank you.
No, $3 million. You think I'm pouring salt on your wound? Wait, you think I'm pouring salt on your wound?
Busing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you know, but
anybody want to talk to me about
hold on a second. You think you're pouring salt on your wound, Larry? Imagine the wound of all these community members that had to pay $3 million to get nothing.
Imagine when taxes going up and other people get big stipends.
Yeah, and Wentz does his thing. Kiss my ass, he spent all the money. He voted to spend the money. It was in the bank account and they just blew through it like it was their own free cash. They were supposed to give it back to the community so they could do it.
Can somebody repeat the motion, please?
Motion number 3, Mr. Belt, on the agenda under Director's Concerns.
Mr. Richard Belt?
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley?
Yes, they should be held accountable.
Mr. Nathan Fuller?
No.
Mr. Stephen Holland?
No.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik?
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli?
No.
Mr. Wayne Wentz?
No.
Ms. Joy Beers?
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern?
No.
5-4.
Item number 4, motion by and seconded by for the government board to follow the laws of the Commonwealth as commonly written in plain English, only choosing to deviate from said common English language interpretation with a 2/3 majority vote of the board after the board first obtains and reviews legal written opinion of the government's solicitor as documented legal opinion with case law references. Motion and a second, please.
So moved.
Got a motion by Dave, a second by Gail. Comments on item number 4?
Gail, since your explanation might be a little faster, could you explain to me what this means?
Nathan, why don't we listen to some of the people's comment first, because you've been silencing them the last 3 motions, and here they have their hand raised, and we should really listen to them. And anybody would know what this motion means. It's simple. You're supposed to read.
Nathan, apparently the answer's no.
Wait, she can. Gail, go ahead, Gail. Tell them how you're supposed to read the law and make sure that it's right before you go moving forward and violate the law.
You don't have to coach her, David. Let her talk for herself.
Let's see here. You're supposed to follow the law, and 2/3 majority vote of the board after the board first obtains to reviews a legal written opinion of the government solicitor as a documented legal opinion with case law. I think he wants you to put, look up case law when you're following different motions. So it's not that hard to figure it out.
Yeah, in accordance with school code. So what happened in the past, Nathan, to make sure you understand why I wrote this motion this way, because it is one of my director's concerns, and I appreciate the support of Gail. It's pretty simple. The law is written in plain English, right? School director's supposed to have the 518 documents. Larry's supposed to call a special meeting when 3 people ask him in writing. You're supposed to keep your budgets within line, right? You're supposed to protect the students. You're supposed to follow your oath. These are common things within the law. And when our solicitor or Larry stands up and says, wow, we don't have to follow that one, you know, or we have these policies, but we don't have to follow these policies. You know, we have the recording of Rita in the meetings, right? When she's asking people to downsize, but then doesn't hold ourselves accountable. When you're seeking to follow a policy and the majority says, we don't have to hold ourselves accountable because we're the ones that wrote the policy. No, that's all BS. That's not how the law works. If you want to change a policy, you have to change the policy and then hold everyone accountable to the new policy, not the way you guys are doing it, where it's selective enforcement. That would be irresponsible and not in accordance with the law. And then when it says case law, so there's case law, Ackerman, Palm, DeFrancesco, that says these board of directors elected by that community, getting paid nothing, theoretically, right, are responsible to provide oversight of the administration. They should not just hold a seat and abdicate their authority to the very administration they were elected to oversee. So when they try to do that, I think it should take 2/3 majority so that anybody reading the law can say, you're supposed to retain these records for 6 years. Let's make sure we do. And anybody wants to check them. How come we don't have the bid documents? Where'd they go? How come we don't have the appraisals? Where did they go? How come the money that we had a motion that was supposed to set aside the money from selling the buildings towards paying off the debt, and then you guys want to get more debt? So Nathan, please resign. You're trying to play politician, and I get it. I don't want to be a politician, right? I want to protect students and save the community. I want to do my job that I was elected to do.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I do. I have no interest of running again. You guys keep trying to get
Mr.
yourself in
Filer,
there to play your
can
ego.
you please explain
Stop
to
it.
us what this means to you?
I'd like to hear what it means to you, Rita.
I asked first.
My best guess is that when I give you advice to go against the law, which I don't do, then in order for you to take my advice and not go against the law, you need 6 out of the 9 of you to vote for it.
You are Superman. I love you. Mr. Filer, greatest explanation ever. I completely agree.
Mr. Bradley, that motion should be
Awesome.
drug out into the street and shot.
I know, it's awesome. I love it. And you know what else? Regretfully, all I'm doing is seeking resignations. And I think if we got the resignations, right, we'll be doing this community a service. Because there's $3 million
You're not getting
short,
mine, David,
$20
until you
million
get me proof
in
that the
interest for being foolish.
Thanks for clarifying, Mr. Filer.
Roll call vote, Mrs. Barberwitz?
Mr. David Bradley.
Can we please hear from people with their hand raised or not? There? No? Jeez, you're just silencing people. Yes, most definitely.
Mr. Nathan Fuller.
No.
Mr. Stephen Holland.
No.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik.
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli.
No.
Mr. Wayne Wentz.
No.
Ms. Joy Beers.
Yes.
Mr. Richard Belts.
Yes.
Mr. Larry Stern.
No.
Sorry.
I make a motion, real quick, before we move on to the next one. I make a motion that the government board to reprimand all parties that continue to neglect the warning presented in the Auditor General's Report 2020 and 2015. This is a new motion that was apparently was missed by Mr. Stern, so I'm making it as a new motion for the government board to reprimand all parties that continue to neglect the warnings, with a plural, I'm changing the motion a little bit maybe, presented in the Auditor General's reports 2020 and 2015. Can I please get a second on that new motion, please? Please.
Second.
God bless you. Thank you. Now, with that motion, we have allowed the public to have comment. God bless them. They deserve it. Larry, stop silencing them. Thank you, Gail.
Fry? Do you have a comment on this motion?
No, I actually wanted to do a courtesy of the floor public comment.
Okay. Yep.
Is that okay, or can I talk now?
We'll come back to you. This
Okay.
is for comment on this motion.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Bowman? Comment on the motion?
I'm not so sure what this actually means. I don't see people neglecting any of the recommendations. I think the district is doing what they should in their power. So I don't think this motion has any merit. Thank you.
Ms. Bowman, did you read the report where it shows that they were in non-compliance with the law?
Mr. Kemmer?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So the report was from 2014 to 2018, which encompasses everyone but Nathan. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I could probably speak on behalf of everybody that listens to these meetings and empathize with both sides. Dave, you always want change. They want to work with you, but they can't get past all of the berating and what we hear. I think that if there's going to be parties involved with the reprimanding, it should entail every single one of you but Nathan in one way, shape, or form. I would never want you guys to resign. However, I would want all of you to think about what it would take to make you guys possibly come together. And if it means like a tiny reprimand for everyone, like we will try to work together a little bit better and have a little compromise that way, because there was millions of dollars wasted. And it's not good to point fingers, but I tell you why it does fail. It fails because there's so much animosity, and that has to stop, like Mr. Roeder said last meeting. End of comment.
Thank you, Mr. Kemmer.
Yet Mr. Fuller is fully responsible as our treasurer that fails to do that. Hold on, that fails to do that, Mr. Kemmer.
Do you have comment on this?
Yeah, Barb, just hold on a second. So not only was it millions of dollars, but they
Mr.
didn't
Bradley,
follow up
this
for
is
like a
public
decade.
comment.
I know, and I'm helping. We're allowed to talk.
No,
to the
you don't need to help.
constituents. We're allowed to have the conversation, sir. This is just because you're not. It doesn't prevent me from doing it, but you definitely have the ability to hold this government accountable. And when it is a history of 10 years, repeatedly, and with warning, and they do neglect the law, non-compliance,
Ms. Bose, is there a comment?
It's
for this motion?
There is no compromise.
Thank you.
Evil.
Okay. I understand Fred's comments previously on the first motion and now the second motion that has been changed. But I would like to remind all of you that in 2018, a board member was sanctioned via an investigative report where the investigator did not even talk to the other people in the room. We have an Auditor General's report that in some ways smacks the previous board, some of which are still on this board, for not providing oversight. In the previous motion, you voted not to provide oversight to your administration, which is your job. Now, it's a reprimand. A reprimand can be shame on you for not doing your job. Don't let it happen again. I would like to see The entire board reprimanded, or I shouldn't say the entire, because I do believe some of them do try to get along and get things done. But until you follow the law, and that is my big thing, I just want lawful compliance. The law is not perfect, but it's there to protect us. And when you don't follow it, you don't protect us, you hurt us. And you hurt the kids. And that's the main thing, you hurt the kids. The whole thing is ridiculous. Reprimands, sanctions, all this stuff. And I get that it was in the beginning and Dave was Dave and it is what it is. But if you follow the law, he doesn't have a leg to stand on. So follow the law. That's it.
They created me by not following the
further
law.
comment,
Mark.
Mr. Stern.
They created me by not following the law, which is funny.
Roll call vote on the motion.
Mr. Nathan Fuller,
No.
Mr. Stephen Holland,
No.
Mrs. Gail Mahalik,
Yes.
Mrs. Rita Spinelli,
No.
Mr. Wayne Wentz,
No.
Ms. Joy Beers,
Yes.
Mr. Richard Beltz,
Yes.
Mr. David Bradley,
Yes, protect the students, save the community, follow the law.
Mr. Larry Stern.
No. To courtesy.
Hold on a second. Shouldn't Larry and Steve and Wayne have abstained from making the comment since they were the ones on the board during this period of time when all
Mr.
these funds were
Shaner?
lost and
Yeah,
the
they're
stadium
voting
was
for
proposed
themselves.
without a budget?
Mr. Shaner?
Yes. So this kind of goes back to last month. Are we allowing spectators at indoor sporting events? I believe the answer was yes. Is that correct?
Yes, currently there are spectators permitted 25% capacity. That has not changed.
Okay. When will we be starting up in-person board meetings?
At this point, we're still working at virtual board meetings. We have not had any type of discussion. Currently, our health and safety plan does not permit for individuals into the buildings. Now, that does not include spectator events too for sports. So currently, we do have all Zoom meetings because we would be limited on what we can permit people into a building based upon that occupancy.
Sure, but I don't think it was in the health and safety plan to allow the spectator sport, was it?
That is a whole separate plan. There's an athletic plan and there's a health and safety plan.
Was it part of the athletic plan?
Now, the athletic plan does have that listed to follow the guidance from the PIAA and the Department of Health, and that's where that 25% comes in.
Okay, so we're not going to, can you maybe have the conversation about starting up in-person board meetings, seeing as how we allow students in school as well as spectator sports? I think it's important for these board meetings to take place in person. I feel we have a lot of space available to do that, and we can follow the proper social distancing and rules. So would appreciate that. And I think that's really all that I have. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
I make a motion that this board starts to hold in-person meetings. Hold on.
We're on courtesy of the floor of public comment.
Mr. Cleaver, hold on a second. He made a comment. We should address it.
No, it's not.
Whatever. You guys, go ahead. Railroad.
Yes, I have a couple questions. Number one, so this goes to everybody on the board. Does the board have privy information to court cases involving juveniles? I'm just asking.
Not that I would be aware of.
Okay. Gail, what about you?
What about me?
What's your answer?
I don't have any answers.
Since you're the one that posted it on Billboard.
nobody has, no one has. as you-
Excuse me.
I'm answering
No.
you. You asked a question. I'm answering
No,
you.
she's not talking to you,
I
Mr.
don't-
Bradley.
She's talking to the board. We're
No,
part of
she's
the board.
talking to Gail.
We're part of the board.
She's talking to
Nobody
Gail.
has, you use the word privy. Nobody has privy information as a board of director. We barely get information about our own district
Well,
from our own
according
administration.
to Build a Board, which I'm on right now, Gail Mahalik made the statement that she does have sources that there was a court date last week or the week before regarding the hazing incident, and if she brought it out in public, she would be ostracized. So
And that is
how
correct. That is
she,
correct.
as a
That
elected
information is
official-
available. Hold on. That is correct. That information is available in the public. And I even wrote a letter to the district attorney regarding such. I think they did a fantastic job.
Remember transparency.
I know, it's transparency.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm
very,
looking for.
very important. Right. And then at the same time, I think that what this board failed to do.
God is watching.
Yes, he is. And that's why we want to, well, he or she, but that's why we want to make sure that these feckless 5 get off this board, because we have to protect these students. And Uncle Wayne, number 1, is just not doing his job.
Don't bring my Uncle Wayne into this situation, and don't be calling him names.
He's definitely
Excuse
a
me, this has
He's
nothing
definitely
to do with my uncle.
It does, because he was in the athletic. Hold on.
Excuse me.
It does. It does,
No,
though.
it doesn't.
This
it
is
does.
public
I agree,
comment.
It does, because he was
Mr. Bradley, this is public comment.
I know,
It's
we're
not
having a
board
conversation.
comment.
We're allowed to have a conversation.
It's
No big deal. It's not
public
illegal.
comment.
Not illegal.
Douchebag Bradley.
Yeah, big bag. Yeah. So the athletic
That's an
committee
adjective, okay?
has a responsibility.
Stop.
Hold on. The athletic committee has a responsibility to oversee.
God is watching.
Yeah, you talk first.
Ms. Fry, do you have, Ms. Fry?
Is there anything else?
Give you the, Ms. Fry?
No, I'm going to keep talking until he shuts up because it's my turn. He had the whole time for 3.5 hours to say what he wanted to say. Now I'm going to say what I have to say and keep my uncle out of this. This is from my mouth, my complaint. Gail, as an elected official, shouldn't be posting stuff on Facebook about minors and court cases within the school district. She should be ashamed of herself for doing that. Shame on you, Gail. Shame on you.
Shame on the coaches who allowed it to happen.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Were
And
you in the locker
the
room?
shame on the board
Were
that
you
didn't
in-
take
Yeah,
that didn't
okay.
take this responsibility
I
seriously.
would
in the
like to
locker
caution
room,
the
Gail?
board against criticizing employees in public.
Yeah,
Why don't
were
we
you
have a
on
meeting to
were you
review
on
it?
the-
This
in the
should have been-
locker room, Gail?
This
Yeah,
should have been
okay.
reviewed. Autumn, this should have been reviewed. by
No
the
one
board.
was, that's the problem.
Autumn, this should have been reviewed. It got swept under the rug. They circled the
Yeah,
wagons.
where's your boyfriend hockey at the
And-
Bowmanstown Diner?
And one more time, this is wrong.
Okay, okay.
But hold on, I have a motion. Right?
No, there's
No, Rob,
I'll
no,
give
there are
it-
no
I have
more
a-
motions
Hold on,
tonight.
sir. No, I have a motion.
We're on
Right, there's a
public
motion.
comment, for gosh sakes.
I understand, but
Ms. Fry, do you have anything else? Ms. Fry? Sorry.
Yeah, well, she just better watch herself.
I have a motion that was supposed to
All right,
be
let's
brought
go on
up
to the
early.
next public comment, Mr. Cleaver. We're not
We have,
accepting any
we
motions.
have
So
no other,
I have a
we
motion.
have
Hold
no
on,
other
Larry.
comment.
Larry,
Okay,
I
then
have
I
a
will take, I will make
Larry,
the motion to,
Larry,
end the
Larry,
meeting.
Larry, I have a motion that was, Larry,
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Larry, I have a motion
I
that
will
was
second
pushed
the
off.
motion to adjourn.
Mr. Stern,
say
a
aye.
motion from the public.
Aye.
A motion from the public was provided, Larry. Larry, a motion
Aye.
from, Larry,
Motion
Larry, a motion
to
from the
adjourn the
public was,
meeting. Thank you.
Larry, you guys.